all right. We are live. Welcome in, everyone. We've got Trans Girl Jade. We've got Cy Deathful, Admiral Paco. And that's the three that I see in chat. I thought we had more, but no, people were just having a nice, pleasant conversation. How are you all doing today? I see we've got 4 viewers and 10 likes, so some of you have done some magic and liked more than once, so thank you anyway. But if you're here and you haven't liked the stream yet, please make sure to do so. We have we're gonna have a pretty good stream today, I do think. At 7 p.m. I'm gonna be talking with Riverboat Jack. We don't have any like set plan for what we're gonna talk about. She just reached out to me like a week ago and said, hey, want to come on stream next week? So we're gonna do that. But before we do that, we've got, you know, my usual Hollywood news roundup. We've got some movies to talk about this week. I went ahead and I saw The Creator. I also saw The Kill Room and saw X. We'll be talking about those movies, as well as the season finale of Ahsoka and the latest episode of Star Trek Lower Decks. Hey, Valhalla Vidya and Lucky Otter, welcome in. But before we get into my usual Hollywood roundup and all of that stuff, there was an event that happened on Twitter that I wanted to get into. So why don't I go ahead and take a look at this. This tweet came across my timeline. I think somebody else had just like quote tweeted it, just yelling at her. But if anybody doesn't know who Martina Navratilova is, well, I didn't either, but she's got like 500,000 followers. And apparently she's just a TERF. She says, is this a joke? The pathetic parody of women continues. And actually, hang on, I need to... Let me get the music turned off because I want to watch this video itself to see what she is calling a pathetic parody of women. Oop, hang on, let me get the volume down just a bit. That was pretty loud.
Patty, I am so excited to be here with you at Stonewall National Monument with these beautiful flags behind us. Tell me, in your own words, why places like this, like Stonewall, are so important to telling America's story.
That's a great question. I think it's because queer rights are more under attack than ever. And I think if we don't acknowledge the past, we're bound to repeat it. So, at a place like Stonewall, this beautiful place, it's a place where so much discrimination and hatred occurred against the queer community, but it's also a place where resistance and queer joy and queer liberation happened. And I think that is worth celebrating and commemorating. And so I think that we need to not ignore hate as it exists today. I think we need to acknowledge it because it's not just our past, it's our present. And we need to work together to build a more equitable and just future. And that's on that.
Okay, that seemed like a very good and inoffensive... Here, let me get the music back on. Very good and inoffensive video put out by Secretary Deb Haaland. And that was, she was talking to the drag queen Patagonia. And so Martina Navratilova says, the pathetic parody of women continues. Now, I don't know whether Martina knows that Patty is a drag queen and not a trans woman. I don't think in her mind it makes a difference. But Martina is actually kind of an interesting thing, because when I saw that she had 500,000 followers, I had to look her up. Well, here she is on Wikipedia. Martina Navratilova is a Czech-American former professional tennis player. Widely considered among the greatest tennis players of all time, Navratilova won 18 major singles titles, 31 major women's doubles titles, and 10 major mixed doubles titles, for a combined total of 59 major titles, the most in the Open era. Basically, huge, famous tennis player. She's won Wimbledon twice, and she is a lesbian. Navratilova has been openly lesbian since 1981 and has been an activist on lesbian and gay rights. So to see a lesbian who has been very open and vocal about it turn TERF is very sad to see, and we run into that from time to time. It seems like a lot of people, once gay marriage became the law of the land in America, they all just kind of either went to sleep on queer rights or were like, well, I've got mine. Now I don't have to pretend to be allied with those weirdo transes anymore. And unfortunately, it seems like she's one of those. But it seems really weird, particularly for her, because I want to take a look at something. Here we are, playing style and coaches. Navratilova had an attacking serve and volley. Under Renee Richards, she improved her game tactics. Now, Renee Richards, who is that? I want to take a look at this. Renee Richards is an American ophthalmologist and former tennis player who competed on the professional circuit in the 1970s and became widely known following male-to-female sex reassignment surgery when she fought to compete as a woman in the 1976 U.S. Open. This is the first trans woman to compete as a woman in the U.S. Open. And she was the coach of Martina Navratilova, who is considered one of the best female tennis players of all time. And now Martina, who, you know, I don't know. I don't know what it is in the brain of people like this that makes them go turf. And it's one of those things where it's something that I've been stewing over a lot about the way that coalition building works and how sometimes you have to work with people that you hate to achieve a goal common to the both of you. And I really feel like a lot of cis, gay, and lesbians were never actually okay with trans people, but because trans people were, you know, fighting for the gay stuff, they're like, okay, well, we'll ally with you so long as it's politically convenient. And so that's something that we, you know, need to be aware of just in general when we're talking about coalition building, that sometimes you're going to ally with people who will eventually stab you in the back once they get their end of what you're looking for. But that's not the end of this. I mean, like, I could just take this and say, okay, here is a queer rights activist who has turned turf. It happens. Fred Sargent, who was at Stonewall, has recently gone, or in the last several years, has gone very hard transphobe. He actually actively denies that trans people were at Stonewall. But anyway, we could end it there, but I kind of want to go into how funny this got, because when I saw this and I saw like how many celebrities were following her, I don't follow a lot of celebrities on Twitter, mostly Star Trek actors. But like, I checked her. Now, you'll notice I'm checking her on my podcast alt because she has since blocked me. But I looked to see who was I following that was following her, and I tagged them all. Terry Farrell, who played Jadzia Dax on Star Trek. We've got Mark Hamill, you know, the Master Jedi himself. We've got Linda Carter, Wonder Woman herself. Mike Okuda, who is responsible for the visual style of Star Trek from like TNG on. Like he designed those little, you know, the colorful screens and everything like that. And he's a big production designer in Hollywood. And then we've got Anthony Rapp and Wilson Cruz, who are the gay dads on Star Trek Discovery. Now, I imagine for most of these, like, you know, celebrities on Twitter, a lot of them aren't actively using it. They might just follow people because they're like, oh yeah, that's a famous person, sure, I'll follow them. So, like, I don't actually hold it against any of these people to be following her. I just assume they just haven't been paying attention. They're not probably using it that much. They have, like, a social media person actually managing it and posting for them. So I just figured I would tweet this out. Maybe they'll see it and maybe they'll address it. Wasn't expecting anything. But I got replies. And this was the first one that I got from Wilson Cruz. Hugh Colbert from Star Trek Discovery himself said, thanks for the heads up. I'm out. And now all of these are kind of out in order, and, you know, there's a bunch of turfs in my replies now and stuff. But the second reply was from Anthony Rapp saying, same. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. So, I got replies from the two gay Star Trek dads. And both of them were coming in defense of trans women. Now, Martina, once she saw that she was actually getting backlash from celebrities she kind of blew a gasket. And this interaction, that's just sad. Thank you for caring about women and girls. Really appreciate the help. Wilson Cruz says, we care about all women and all girls, full stop. So, if you have never seen Star Trek Discovery, here, let me pull up. Hugh Culber. This is Wilson Cruz, Hugh Culber on Star Trek Discovery. He is a gay dad. And actually, why don't I just pull it up in Memory Alpha here? So Star Trek Discovery has actually the first gay characters in Star Trek, at least the first openly gay characters. Now, you could say that Jadzia Dax was the first like openly queer main character in Star Trek, because she did have an episode where in her previous life, she met somebody from her previous life who's now in the body of a woman, and they had a brief romance thing, but that was always done in the aspect of in their previous life they were a heterosexual couple. So Star Trek has, while it's dallied with queer representation, it's never been the main characters, and if it is, it's always been like a sci-fi explanation for how they did it, rather than just an explicitly gay character. So Hugh Culber and Paul Stamets were the first openly, explicitly gay main characters in Star Trek. And not just that, they have 2 trans adopted kids. So this is a whole queer family on Star Trek Discovery. And so it warms my hearts to know that as they are the good gay space dads in Star Trek, so they are the good protective gay space dads in reality. Anyway, I just thought that was a cute way for all of that to wrap up. Certainly, when I made that tweet, was not expecting to have the gay Star Trek dads in my replies, but it ended up that way. Yeah, you'll love to see it. All right. Now, give me a second here. Let's get my Hollywood segment ready to go. All right. Okay, so we have some more Hollywood news to cover this week. As we all know, the WGA strike is good and over. The writers are back to work, and they got a fantastic deal. Actually, I just had my video going over their deal come out. So take a look at that one if you want to find out more details on it. But SAG-AFTRA, they are still on strike. But there seems to be some good news on that front, because SAG-AFTRA is currently in talks with the AMPTP, and they just tweeted out, "We have concluded today's bargaining with the AMPTP and will resume talks on Friday, October 6th. The parties will be working internally over the weekend, resuming Monday, October 9th. So it sounds like they are currently in talks with the AMPTP, and the fact that they're saying, okay, we're going to take a break over the weekend and come back on Monday, that makes it sound like there's some good progress being made here. So hopefully we can get all of this resolved soon and the actors can get a good deal. Now, last week, the SAG-AFTRA had been in talks with the video game industry because they're not currently happy with that deal. And in fact, SAG-AFTRA has a strike authorization vote that was 98% yes. So if things don't go well with the video game industry, they might be going on strike with them. They had talks for like 3 days, and they weren't able to resolve it. But I'm assuming that part of them not going back to the table was just, oh, well, we should probably negotiate with the people we're currently on strike with. They're open to it, so we'll get back to the video game industry once these negotiations are done. So hopefully they can get a good deal here, and then they can go to the video game industry and get a good deal there without needing to strike. That's always ideal. Like, you get what you're asking for without having to strike. That way, nobody's hurt. But, you know, sometimes you do need to flex your power as the actual workers that everyone needs. But while we are still on strike in Hollywood, there was a bill that I talked about that was going through the California's legislature that would have given unemployment benefits to striking workers. And it actually passed the legislature and made it all the way to Gavin Newsom's desk. Unfortunately, he vetoed it. Newsom vetoes bill giving unemployment benefits to workers on strike. Governor Gavin Newsom has vetoed a bill giving unemployment benefits to striking workers, which was backed by the Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA. Now is not the time to increase costs or incur this sizable debt, he wrote in his veto message Saturday. And why don't I take a look at the veto message? I've actually got that up right here. To the members of the California State Senate. Hang on. I am returning Senate Bill 799 without my signature. This bill allows individuals who left work due to a trade disputes to become eligible for unemployment insurance benefits. The bill also codifies case law that employees who left work due to a lockout by their employer, even if it was in anticipation of a trade dispute, are eligible for UI benefits. California employers fund UI benefits through contributions to the state's UI Trust Fund on behalf of each employee. The UI financing structure has not been updated since 1984, which has made the UI Trust Fund vulnerable to insolvency. Any expansion of eligibility for UI benefits could increase California's outstanding federal UI debt, projected to be nearly $20 billion by the end of the year, and could jeopardize California's benefit cost ratio add-on waiver application, significantly increasing taxes on employers. So he vetoed it because it might increase taxes on employers if he didn't. But here's the thing, Gavin. You only need to increase those taxes if there's a strike going on. And if there's a strike going on, and we have more taxes on the industry because they're being struck against, well, they might be more inclined to take a deal. Furthermore, the state is responsible for the interest payments on the federal UI loan, and to date has paid $362.7 million in interest, with another $302 million due this month. Now is not the time to increase costs or incur this sizable debt. I have deep appreciation and respect for workers who fight for their rights and come together in collective action. I look forward to building on the progress we have made over the past 5 years to improve conditions for all workers in California, but I'm going to veto this thing that would improve conditions for all workers in California. Hi, Wholesome Carrier, welcome in. Gavin, I know that you have eyes on the White House. This right here, this is like, you're basically torpedoing your chances here. This was an absolute win. You just sign it. The only debt that incurs for this would be if there is a strike going on. And the tax burden would be shouldered by the entertainment industry, who has been so flush with cash that they have been able to weather a 5-month strike. They have the money. Fucking tax them. It's just this was such an easy W for him, and he just torpedoed it because he's an idiot. And like, Gavin Newsom just signed into law another bill that grants fast food workers in California a $20 minimum wage and creates a fast food workers council. So like, hot off the heels of him doing something that is great for workers in California, he's just like, oh no, we can't do this one. No. Oh, it's such an idiotic, myopic decision on his part. Senator Anthony J. Portantino, who had sponsored the bill, was disappointed by the veto. The labor unrest and concern we all witnessed this summer earned the legislature's action to pass unemployment benefits for striking workers. The need continues, and so will efforts to make this the law in California. The hardworking women and men in California need to put food on their table and pay their rent. SB 799 would have injected a small piece of security to working families that is needed and deserved, he said in a statement. Let's see. With an effective date of January 1st, 2024, the bill would have applied to workers who have been on strike for at least 2 weeks. Currently, only New York and New Jersey provide unemployment to striking workers. See, okay, like, look at this. Effective date of January 1st. So this would only even apply to Hollywood if the strike goes on to next year, which, since SAG-AFTRA is currently in talks with AMPTP for the first time since they struck, it sounds likely that the strike is not going to go that long. Oh my god, it's so myopic. And yeah, New York and New Jersey provide unemployment to striking workers, and that has surely helped out the not WGA. Well, probably did help WJ East, but also the SAG-AFTRA members who are in New York, because, you know, New York is a big theater town and also a big filming town. So a lot of those people, they've been making unemployment. But in California, which is literally the heart of Hollywood is in California, they haven't been making UI. They have had to make do by dipping into savings, taking another job, and relying on strike funds. This would have put pressure on the companies that they are striking against, because it would have been dipping into their money instead, while they waited 5 months to bargain in good faith. Ridiculous. Let's see. Opponents argued that the state's unemployment benefit program is already deep in debt, still owing $18 billion to the federal government due to the pandemic. Okay, who cares? I don't care. I don't care about debt. Debt is meaningless. Debt is imaginary. Like, you know how much U.S. debt there is? Debt is only ever brought up when conservatives want to hurt people. It's meaningless. It's an imaginary thing. One has to be cautious about that before you enter into a conversation about expanding its utilization, he said. Opponents also argued that unemployment is meant only for workers who got laid off, not those who are withholding their labor as a negotiating tactic. Okay, well, no. Because when you are withholding labor as a negotiation tactic, it means that things have gotten so dire and the companies are not willing to bargain with you in good faith that is severely impacting your ability to live and work. And here we are. Jolie Fisher, the Secretary-Treasurer of SAG-AFTRA, also visited Sacramento to push for the bill. At a SAG-AFTRA rally on September 13th, she said she was offended by that argument. I am ready, willing, and able to work, she said. I am desperate to work. Gavin, you're an idiot. And I think I tweeted saying, there goes 2028, dude. Because I'm sure he'd want it. But back to the SAG-AFTRA strike itself, one of the big concerns, and we saw that addressed in the WGA deal, one of the big concerns in Hollywood right now is AI. And while for writers, AI is a concern in terms of, replacing them or coming up with ChatGPT ideas, for actors, AI is kind of in a much more powerful and concerning place, because we right now have seen what AI voice replacement can do, and we've seen what deepfakes can do in wholly recreating an actor. We have people who go in for full body scans, get paid a day rate, and then Hollywood wants to use their likeness forever without paying them. And we've got here a good personal interest story on it. Robin Williams' daughter Zelda criticizes use of AI to recreate his voice. I find it personally disturbing. These recreations are at their very best a poor facsimile of greater people, but at their worst, a horrendous Frankensteinian monster cobbled together from the worst bits of everything this industry is instead of what it should stand for, she posted. Robin Williams' daughter Zelda is speaking out against the use of artificial intelligence to recreate the sound of her father's voice. I am not an impartial voice in SAG's fight against AI. I've witnessed for years how many people want to train these models to create and recreate actors who cannot consent, like Dad, she wrote on her Instagram story on Sunday. This isn't theoretical, it is very, very real. I've already heard AI used to get his voice to say whatever people want, and while I find it personally disturbing, the ramifications go far beyond my own feelings. Transgirl Jade says, I love that his daughter is named Zelda. Yes, and she is named Zelda for the video game. Robin Williams was a huge nerd. Her comments come on the heels of the Writers Guild of America's strike against the studios over issues that included the use of AI, among other sticking points. While the WGA has a tentative deal in place, SAG-AFTRA is still currently on strike over the use of AI on other issues. Living actors deserve a chance to create characters with their choices, to voice cartoons, to put their human effort and time into the pursuit of performance, Zelda continued in her post. These recreations are at their very best a poor facsimile of greater people, but at their worst, a horrendous Frankensteinian monster cobbled together from the worst bits of everything this industry is instead of what it should stand for. Yeah. Robin's voice is set to appear in a new Disney short, Once Upon a Studio, in the role of his Aladdin character Genie. Josh Gad, the voice of Olaf in Disney's Frozen, has confirmed that the short uses previously unheard dialogue recorded by Williams prior to his death and used with the consent of his estate. Yeah, Robin Williams recorded, like, I think 20 hours of just improv stuff for the original Aladdin. So Disney still got that stuff in the archive. I certainly hope that by using it for something that was not Aladdin, that the Robin Williams estate is properly compensated for its use. But it is his performance, so it's not like they're taking something that he didn't do. I am not, 100% opposed to certain uses of AI, but it has to be very, very, very much in the actor's control. Like, I kind of have this, I would like the idea of, like, if you're playing a video game, you can name your character whatever you want, and you can go up and, like, a character could just say your name. Instead of it being from a small list, it could just be whatever your name is. But in order to do that, you would need to make sure that the actors have protection so that the AI recreation of their voice is not used to replace their performance and cannot be used to in perpetuity. It has to be used for this specific project, and the actors get paid residuals for use of that. And yeah, using it for, like, dead actors who died before this was even a technology and have no way of consenting, that's got to be out of the question. I remember when this whole trend of, like, having dead actors show up for new movies started, and it was in a movie that I don't think a lot of people saw. It was called Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow, and was it Orson Welles, I think? They like just, like, cobble together archival footage of him to make him be a character briefly in the movie. But yeah, it's kind of gross. We saw, bits of it with Carrie Fisher in The Rise of Skywalker. Fortunately, though, with Rise of Skywalker, they did not do a CGI recreation of her face. They used deleted scenes from I think from the Force Awakens, which, because I remember, like, seeing some of the footage. They were like, oh yeah, I'd actually seen this in the deleted scene on the Force Awakens Blu-ray. But even then, I think that was weird. Honestly, I don't know why they didn't just reshoot The Last Jedi to have Leia die in the attack on the bridge, like when that blew up and she got blasted out into space. I would have just reshot it after she died to be like, okay, yeah, no, that's where she died. I think it was a weird choice. They also did in Rogue One. Yeah, okay, that's true, Girl Jade, and I don't know what the deal was in there. That movie did come out after she died, but it came out like a couple days after she died because it was releasing around Christmas and she died like on Christmas Day, basically. So it was like it was coming out right after she died. I don't know if they had gotten her express permission to use her likeness in there. I imagine for somebody like Carrie Fisher, for a role like that they probably did get her permission. But also in Rogue One, they recreated what's his face, Tarkin, and surely they didn't get that actor's permission because he's been dead for decades. And that was also pretty bad. Transgirl Jade says she could have done the voiceover. Well, I think they actually just took audio from the original film, because she just says one line. She just says hope. And I'm pretty sure they just could have taken that from the line, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." But anyway, yeah. Actors are fighting for protection against AI replacing them, and that's a real concern that has long-lasting implications, because when you die and they still have your voice and can make you say whatever, it's kind of a desecration. But in happier news, Walt Disney Pictures VFX workers vote to unionize with IATSE. This was something in the works for a while. We've seen the Marvel Studios VFX team has already joined IATSE, and we saw that the Walt Disney Pictures VFX workers had been had a vote in the works. The vote was just held, and it went 13-0. So they are the second group of VFX workers in Hollywood now to unionize with IATSE, and I really hope we see more dominoes fall. Now, this is just a couple of people. Like, I think the for Marvel it's a team of 18, and for Walt Disney Pictures themselves it's a team of 13. And most of VFX work is done in overseas VFX houses, which means getting those unionized is a lot harder. A big reason that companies will go with overseas VFX workers is because they're not unionized and because it's cheaper, labor costs are lower. So getting the whole VFX industry unionized, it's going to be a very long and hard fight. But at least for the VFX workers who are in the US, typically people who are directly working on the set, getting stuff with like green screen and everything set up, motion capture workers and all of that, that will those people are starting to unionize, and hopefully we see more studios follow suit. Now, as a final bit, you might remember that a couple weeks ago we had several talk shows wanting to get started up before the writers had ended their strike. And it kind of destroyed the reputations of several people. And the most notable one was Drew Barrymore, because she was starting up her show before the writers' strike was over, and she has 3 WGA writers on staff, which means that whatever segments that she did on her talk show were going to be written by her or by other scab writers. Now, she did eventually relent and say, okay, no, we're not coming back until the writer's strike is over, but she still filmed a couple episodes of that. And the writers remember, because the Drew Barrymore show writers declined to return. The Drew Barrymore show is once again writing its return, though a trio of WGA writers have chosen not to return to their old gig. Barrymore found herself in hot water last month when she announced that her daytime talk show would make its 4th season debut without its striking workers. A week later, after Barrymore faced backlash and at least a few panicked guest cancellations, she revealed that she'd be reversing course, pausing the show's return until the WGA strike concluded. But with the WGA strike now over, the show is set to come back October 16th, and those writers, Chelsea White, Christina Keenan, and Liz Coe, have declined an offer to return with it, according to sources. The production is now interviewing new writers and will be in compliance with the Guild. As for White, Keenan, and Coe, all 3 were visible and vocal in their protest during the show's initial return to production in mid-September. The trio of women who shared the title co-head writer and have been with the series since season 1 could be seen picketing outside of Drew's Manhattan studio on multiple days with signs that read "Honk if you love union labor" or "Drew's News strikes." Sorry. On September 11th, which was the show's first day back in production, they told THR, probably one of the worst things to ever happen to New York on September 11th. They told THR that they'd found out Drew was returning not from their boss or colleagues, but rather via audience ticket giveaways that had been posted on social media. It is a bummer to hear that the show is going back because it sends a message that union writers are not valuable, White told THR that morning. Keenan added, I understand that everybody has to do what they feel is best for them. For me and the WGA writers on the show, it's important for us to stick with our union. We deserve a fair contract, so we are here today outside. Asked at that time whether they planned to return to the show once the strike was resolved, White simply said, maybe no comment. Well, I think we now have the answer to that. While controversial, Barrymore's initial decision to return without her writing staff did not violate SAG-AFTRA rules. As a SAG-AFTRA rep stated at the time, the Drew Barrymore show is produced under the Network Television Code, which is a separate contract and is not struck. It is permissible work, and Drew's role as host does not violate the current strike rules. Nevertheless, Barrymore preemptively defended the decision to bring her show back in a now infamous September 10 social media post, which quickly made her a target. And I also have to point out the framing here is that while it didn't violate SAG-AFTRA rules, it certainly violated WGA rules because she was doing scab labor, because you don't have these shows without writers. You don't have segments without people writing them. And if your writers aren't there on staff, who's doing the writing? Scabs. Whether that's Drew or somebody else. I own this choice, she wrote at the time, reminding her legions of fans that she had made a very different choice back in May when she bowed out of her hosting duties at the MTV Movie and TV Awards in solidarity with the WGA. Barrymore ended up winning Best Host that evening, for which she submitted a pre-recorded acceptance speech in which she name-checked White, Keenan, and Co., whom she called our amazing, amazing writers. She added, this is definitely for them and every single person who makes this show. The three have also earned 2 Emmy nominations for their writing contributions to the show. After mounting blowback, however, Barrymore updated fans on September 17th. I have listened to everyone, and I am making the decision to pause the show's premiere until the strike is over, she wrote, adding, I have no words to express my deepest apologies to anyone I have hurt, and of course to our incredible team who works on the show and has made it what it is today. Spokesperson for the show, along with White, Keenan, and Co., declined to comment for this story. So, yeah, you scab, you cross the picket line, you start up without your writers, they aren't going to want to work with you anymore. Now, I also know that Bill Maher had announced that he was, going to be bringing his show back with sans writers, but after seeing the backlash to Drew Barrymore, and also after seeing that the WGA was coming back to the table, that AMPTP was coming back to the table, WGA was always willing to come back, that's when he paused his plans, and I don't think he had actually recorded anything. Drew Barrymore, however, did record a couple shows, so she was kind of seen as the face of it. Also, Bill Maher is a crank and an asshole who people weren't ever going to see as like somebody who is, going to be an ally. But Drew Barrymore was seen as somebody who was an ally, so seeing her betrayal was pretty devastating. So even as she reversed course after a week, the reputational damage is done, and it looks like people aren't going to want to work with her anymore. Now, she will probably get somebody to write for her. There are a lot of desperate writers out there. But I think that working with Drew Barrymore is probably going to carry a bit of a stink. So I think she might have problems getting good talent. Anyway, that should wrap up my Hollywood coverage this week. So let's go ahead and clear that up. Let me get some soda. And then we can get into talking about the movies and the TV shows of the week. Now, before I get started on that, I do want to note that season 2 of Loki is premiering, I think, in about 20 minutes. And then it's going to be airing it'll either come out Fridays at midnight, or just, I think Disney's starting to do a thing where their shows actually premiere like the evening the previous day so that people don't have to stay up until midnight. So since that comes out basically the night that I am doing my usual media reviews, I will be reviewing Loki on Mondays. And we've also got For All Mankind, which comes out next month, season 4. And I'm going to try and For All Mankind pill my entire audience. If you have never seen that show, it's amazing. It is a show about an alternate history where the space race never ended. and each season takes place in a different decade, and this next season is going to be taking place in the aughts, where it looks like we are already starting to colonize Mars. So it's a very, very good show, and I want to pill you all on watching it. But with all of that prelude out of the way, let's get into the movies themselves, shall we? So I saw The Creator this week. It is directed by Gareth Edwards, who directed Star Wars Rogue One. And I kind of got the vibe from the trailers that this was originally supposed to be like something he had maybe pitched as a Star Wars movie before taking it and doing his own thing with it. I know that there was a similar project that Zack Snyder had that he had originally envisioned as a Star Wars movie, but instead decided to make it his own thing, and that's called Rebel Moon, and I think that comes out in December on Netflix. But I don't think this one is very Star Wars-y at all, and I don't really know how you would be able to work it in. Now, granted, the Han Solo movie did have some elements of, droid rights in it, and this is very much a movie about AI as people, and the fear around them, and also just like the oppression of minorities and stuff like that. If you've seen the trailer, it's the humans and AI are at war with each other, and the AI have developed this new weapon that is a child. And that's kind of that's what the trailers say, but it's actually a little bit misleading in that regard. But the movie is basically about the war on terror. At least that's certainly the framing from the beginning of it, because in the backstory, the AI nuked LA 15 years ago. And ever since, AI has been banned in America, and they've actually there's the country of New Asia, which there was a map for it, and it looked like it took parts of Vietnam and Malaysia and kind of that area, but it's a new country called New Asia, where AI are seen as citizens and they're able to be free. And America is like, we aren't going to war with New Asia, we're just going to war with the AI. We're going to liberate you from the dangers of the robots and all of this stuff. And there's talks about how even though the AI are very clearly people, they very clearly have emotions. Even there are AI that have I think they're called simulants, where they have human faces, but there's even AI that just look like robots, but they sound like humans. They very clearly have real emotions and real thoughts and desires. But there's always this constant refrain when people freak out about it. They're like, wait, that was like a person. It's like, no, it's just programming. They're not real people. It's just programming. And it's that kind of that dehumanization of it, element of it, where the film is very explicitly portraying them as real people, but it's the mantra of dehumanization that all of these people have gone through. And certainly there's understandable fear, considering that they did get nuked by AI 15 years ago, but that wasn't all AI, certainly. And that doesn't mean that an entire race should be genocided. And the main character is he lost his parents in LA, and he was actually undercover trying to find the titular creator, the person who's basically building all of the AI. And the movie actually kind of feels a lot like Elysium, if you've ever seen that one. Which that one was it Neil Blomkamp? It was the director of District 9, and that movie was about a space station that was being used for all of the rich people to get healthcare, and the movie ended with them blowing up the space station or something like that to bring universal healthcare to the masses down below. This movie is more like we're going to blow up the space station to bring equal rights or something like that. And it's kind of one of those things where the movie, it has like a really solid messaging up until it just becomes okay, we just have to blow up the Death Star kind of a thing, you know? And it's a very simplistic Hollywood ending kind of a thing that kind of left me a little dissatisfied, because I thought a lot of the messaging in the movie was really strong and there was some really good elements. Seeing the main character who absolutely hates AI grow to attach himself to this child who is a robot, and starts to realize that they are in fact people like him. I thought there was some good messaging in there that could have been better resolved than just a third act action climax. I'm not, opposed to doing an action climax, but just blowing up a space station, right? Like that's a very simplistic story. And I would have much preferred something a little bit more nuanced. I don't know if there's plans for any sequels to this. There's certainly possibility for sequels to this. If there is a sequel, I'd be very interested in seeing it, because I would like to see where the story in this can go. But I was enjoying myself through most of the movie until the end, where I left kind of unsatisfied. So be prepared for a lot of great world building that then just kind of falls flat at the end. And I still think there's promise to this setting. And I know I am kind of tired of everything being turned into a franchise. But if this does get a sequel, I would probably see it. But that's it for the creator. The next movie that I saw this week is The Kill Room. Now, this is a little bit of a smaller movie. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's starring Uma Thurman and Joe Manganiello and Sam Jackson, and it is a wonderfully delightful movie about a failing art curator studio who gets in with the mob to launder money by selling art, because the valuation of art is an entirely imaginary thing, and the IRS won't bat an eye at you paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for absolute crap. That's like the setup of it, right? But the movie's also just really about how the art world itself is almost as just as corrupt and crooked as the mob. There's a lot of stuff just mocking how vapid the art industry is, how people will like kind of accept anything so long as they think it's part of the performance or the art or anything like that. But it's a really, really entertaining movie. I haven't seen anything from Uma Thurman in a long time, but she's a very funny character who basically gets into this because she's got like an Adderall addiction to begin with, and she can't afford to pay off her dealer, so she ends up getting into this. But basically they decided, okay, well, they initially start the whole thing where like, okay, we'll just send you an invoice, you write us a check, you keep a percentage, and it all looks legit. But then she's like, well, you actually have to have like a piece of art. I have to like catalog it and inventory it and stuff. So they get like their hitman collector to just start painting, and he's like, he's not a painter, he's never done it before, but he just starts splashing paint on canvas. And the way that the art world works is, because the first sale, like somebody hires them to do a job, and so that job goes through by buying the painting and everything. So the first sale is like $150,000. And for a new coming artist to sell a painting for that much money, while it's cataloged, that actually starts to make waves in the art world, and everyone's like, oh, I've got to have this. Who is this new daring artist who, like, he's basically just making kind of Jackson Pollock style paintings. It really is just, you know, splashes of color on a canvas and everything like that. And he's got the name The Bagman, because he's a bagman. He does collections and everything like that. And he also, like, when he, if he takes out people who are unable to pay, he usually strangles them with a plastic bag. So, double meaning there. But it's a very, as dark as it is, the artist is a hitman. It's actually Joe Manganiello, who plays the hitman, he kind of plays him in a very sympathetic light. Like, this is a job that he never wanted, and he got into it to, like, save his sister from being, like, sold into sex work. And I think he's got some pretty good, like, depth to his performance in this movie. And it really is, like, it's a very funny movie. It's a very entertaining movie. Sam Jackson is actually kind of just a minor character in this one, but, Sam Jackson's always fun to watch. I would highly recommend you watch this one. I was thoroughly enjoying it the entire time. And I think that's about all I've got to say about this one. There's not like, it's not like, a Citizen Kane of theater, but, like, it is a very fun story from beginning to end. And I think you'll enjoy it. The next movie that I saw, the last movie that I saw this week, is Saw X. And, oh boy, okay. I have never seen a Saw movie before, and I will never see another Saw movie again. I like horror, but I don't really like torture porn. I have never seen The Human Centipede. I have never seen Hostel. I've never seen a Serbian film. I have no interest in seeing any of those. I saw Saw because it's like, I've never seen one before. Why don't I give it a shot? And no, I was considering just getting up and leaving about halfway through, but I decided to stick it out. I'm like, just get this one done. I'll give my thoughts. So I want you to go into this review knowing that I don't like this kind of a movie, but I still want to give my thoughts so that if you do like this kind of a movie, you can have an informed opinion going into it. Lucky Otter says no film from Serbia. Well, there is a film called A Serbian Film, which is like a torture porn movie, which I've never seen. I just know the title. I've heard, and I've heard horrible things about it. But anyway, yeah, so I had kind of gotten, like, little bits of information about what the Saw movies are. He kind of is like a very dark vigilante who puts people in horrible contraptions where they have to, like, mutilate themselves to get out of it or they'll die, kind of a thing like that. And I think this movie actually does a really good job of selling you on all of his victims deserving it. Because the movie actually takes quite a while to get into the whole setting up all of the games and the traps and everything like that. And for a big chunk of the movie, you're just thinking, this feels like kind of more of a human piece. Like, oh, they're, like, really trying to humanize Jigsaw as a character and his struggles with cancer and everything like that. And once you find out who the victims are and why they are the victims, you're pretty much on board with it. So I think the movie does a really good job of selling all of that. As for the contraptions and the kills and the tortures and stuff like that, I actually think they shot their load too early in this movie. I would have thought that they should have gone, like, with a gradual escalation so that each person who gets in the contraption and whatnot and has to go through it, I would have thought that they would have gone more extreme as the movie went on. But they actually kind of do the most extreme ones, like, right at the start. Now, I can understand maybe, like, the second most extreme one, starting with that one, so that if people see that and can't handle it, or they decide it's not for them, that's probably a good time to be like, okay, you know what you're up for. If you can handle this one, you can handle the rest. If you can't handle it, now's your chance to go. But they pretty much do the worst ones all at the front, and then by the end, like the last one was really pathetic. It wasn't even graphic or anything like that. And so I feel like they kind of should have paced out the extremeness of those a little bit better, you know? Checking my notes. But yeah, okay, so since I have never seen a Saw movie before, I actually only like just found out after seeing the movie that like it's a prequel, apparently. That it takes place between like Saw 1 and 2, or Saw 2 and 3, I'm not sure exactly which one. It takes place before Saw 3, because the main character of Jigsaw, he dies at the end of Saw 3, and his appearances in all of the subsequent films are all in like recordings or flashbacks or whatnot. But this is him, like, as he's got his cancer diagnosis and dealing with it. And they don't do any like CGI de-aging of him or the other characters who are from the other films or anything like that. But like I said, I haven't seen the other films, so I don't know how old they're supposed to look. I don't even know when the first movie came out. I would say that if you've never seen a Saw movie before, you're pretty much you're pretty much able to follow most of what's going on. Just, okay, I get this character, but there is a character who is introduced once he starts doing the kills that was from the other films, and they just introduce her just like straight away with no fanfare. She's just like, oh, she's just here now, and I'm just like, I don't know who this is. And so it felt like they were just assuming that you had seen the other movies when they brought her in, and I was just like, I don't know who she is. So I would say that probably could have done a little bit better, just telling the audience, telling new people who she is. But since it is a prequel, since it is set during, like, you know, the original early movies, there's a couple of hints that things took place a little bit ago. Like, people have like flip phones that don't have smartphones yet, and Jigsaw himself, he's on a computer and he's using Windows XP, but it's not like an explicit period piece. There's just those couple things that I did notice at the time, going, huh, why is it like that? And then once I found out it was a prequel, I was like, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, overall, I'm never gonna see a Saw movie again. I think that the setup for who he targets is actually really good. I actually really like that setup. I think it's like, okay, yes, I'm actually fully on board with it. And there's some like twists and turns at the end that they act like, oh, you never saw this coming, but then like they keep they like play back scenes that you had seen like 10 minutes before, going, oh, remember this? I'm like, yes, because it was only 10 minutes before. This isn't a big enough flashback for you to go back and be like, oh my god, big reveal, you know? So there's a bit of that where they don't have enough confidence in their reveal to just let people remember the things that they had just seen minutes before. But overall, I would say it's a very competently made film. It's just, it is not my cup of tea. And okay, we are now in the season finale of Ahsoka. And I do mean season finale because I was kind of honestly expecting this to just be a one and done season. I thought that they were just going to be kind of like they did with Book of Boba Fett and Kenobi, but no, this is actually intending to be an ongoing series, because they definitely leave things very open-ended here. And I guess it makes sense because Ahsoka is such a big character in Star Wars canon. But this episode is actually, it's mostly action, and unfortunately a lot of the action is like really bad. and this has been a consistent critique I've had of the show, is that a lot of the action is just very stiff and sluggish, particularly with Rosario Dawson's performance as Ahsoka. She is not quick with her lightsaber movements, and transitioning from an animated character that has a lot of life and vibrancy to it to a live action character who's moving pretty slow. And Rosario Dawson, I just don't think has a lot of stage combat experience, and it really shows in the film or in the show. But there's also kind of an issue of the use of the volume. If you don't know what the volume is, it's a technology, it's a wall of video screens that have a 3D environment projected onto them. It's basically very fancy rear projection. And I think it was invented for The Mandalorian originally, because they were like, look, we're going to be going to a lot of alien environments, and Mando's uniform is so shiny that if we shoot on a green screen, we're going to have to paint the green screen out of his suit every single frame. But if we are able to go to an environment and have the video wall, well, that light will just naturally reflect on him and it'll look better. And I think the volume can be used to great effect, and I think it can also be used to horrible effect. And with unskilled filmmakers, what you end up having is a whole bunch of big empty rooms where they don't fill the set with props. It's just the big, vast, empty room with people just kind of standing around with nothing to interact with. And that's kind of what most of the sets in this episode are. And so you have things like Ahsoka and Ezra and Sabine taking on a whole bunch of stormtroopers by just standing out in the open in the middle of a room and waving their lightsabers around. There's not a lot of energy to it. And also, like, the stormtroopers have never been a threat in Star Wars ever. They're always just there to, be the mooks that you cut through. Has there ever been, like, a main character in Star Wars that was killed by a stormtrooper? They're irrelevant. They do a thing, though, where, like, because they've got the Night Sisters, and they do a thing where they, like, basically, once the stormtroopers are dead, they, like, turn them into zombie stormtroopers and everything like that. Which was, I thought, kind of silly. Like, stormtroopers are already pretty ineffectual, and here they come up and then they're just slow and start, like, lumbering toward you, and I'm just like, okay, so they're even less useful than before. Great. Well done. As for some of the other things that I was hoping for a resolution to, Baylan Skoll, he's barely in this episode. We really only see him a bit at the end. But it's very obvious that they intended to continue his character on. And I hope that they do. I hope that they recast him, because Ray Stevenson, it's going to be a performance that I think is going to be difficult to top, but I think they owe it to him to try. I really like his character, and I really want to see more of him going forward. Transgirl Jade says, didn't Dawson do Ahsoka's voice in Rebels? No, it was the original actress who did it on Clone Wars. She also did it in Rebels. Rosario Dawson was cast as Ahsoka for The Mandalorian. There's a clear, threat of Thrawn's return that is kind of realized in this episode. Obviously, I knew Thrawn was going to make it to the main galaxy. I knew they weren't going to be able to stop him, just because you don't bring in Thrawn only to have him not come back to the galaxy and help try and rebuild the Empire and start the First Order, right? you don't introduce Thrawn only to waste him for one season of a show. But I really hope, because actually the way that this ends, like, I know, spoilers, but you know, we're in the season finale now, and it's kind of important to talk about where the show can go from here. Is that Ahsoka and Sabine actually get left behind in the other galaxy. Ezra is able to get onto the Star Destroyer, and he makes it back to the Rebels, or to they're not the Rebels anymore, to the New Republic. So they got Ezra home, but now Ahsoka and Sabine are stranded in a galaxy far, far away. But on the planet is also Baylan Skoll and his apprentice, and I think there's some Imperial remnant that's still there on the planet. So there's still stuff that can happen on that other planet. So that's probably going to be a big story for season 2. And I kind of wonder if, actually, there was here, let me see if I can find this post. I'm pretty sure, yes. I have this one. I saw this tweet. And it said, "This is a tough question. Would you rather have Ahsoka season 2 or a live-action season of Rebels?" And we did have a live-action season of Rebels, because we had every single Rebels character in this season except for Zeb, who he appeared, I think, either like in an episode of Mandalorian or in Book of Boba Fett, but he just appeared in like one episode. He, as a CGI character, it would be more expensive to have him in every episode, but I would like to see them bring him back. But they didn't have Zeb, and they didn't have Kanan Jarrus. Now, Kanan Jarrus is dead, obviously, so, but, he was a Jedi, so being dead wouldn't stop you. Freddie Prinze Jr. doesn't want to come back and do him, I think he said as much, so we're probably not going to see him, but we got literally everybody else that was in Rebels. Everybody else that was a main cast on Rebels. So Ahsoka really is just Rebels season 5. Like, that is my opinion. I have said before that you should watch Rebels before you go and watch this show. And the way that this episode ends, this season ends, like, very much solidifies that with me as, no, this is just a continuation of that series. So it's very silly for them to post this tweet when the answer is it's the same thing. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. A Little Morphine Annie says, "I know nothing about these shows, but dude on the right is giving Jesus." Well, he does have a biblical name. His name's Ezra. So, yeah. I like the actor that they got who plays Ezra. He's very charming. He's very eager. There is another thing, though, that I was seeing a discourse on about this episode, and it's that Sabine, who didn't really exhibit force powers in Rebels, but has been Ahsoka's Padawan since the end of Rebels, and much has been made throughout the show of how she does not have much force aptitude, and Huyang, the Jedi training droid that has been tagging along with Ahsoka, he said that she's like one of the least promising candidates he's ever seen, and he would not have put her through the Jedi Academy. But in this episode, she does manage to find some force power usage, and I saw people calling her a Mary Sue for it, which is absurd because the entire season she has been struggling with trying to use the Force, and Star Wars is full of people who have this natural Force talent that they just use. Like Luke had 12 hours of training with Obi-Wan, and he was able to blow up the Death Star. So for them to say Sabine is a Mary Sue for suddenly getting her force powers after 10 years of training with Ahsoka, that's just sexism, okay? Also, Sabine comes from a hell of a lineage, because Yoda trained Dooku, who trained Qui-Gon, who trained Obi-Wan, who trained Anakin, who trained Ahsoka, who trained Sabine. That is a hell of a lineage. So don't tell me that somebody is able to use force powers after 10 years of being trained by that lineage, okay? The whole point of the force is that it is a spiritual energy that binds all beings. We all have the force. We are all part of the force. And while some people are more naturally adept at it, I think the implication should be that anybody can potentially tap into it. Anybody can potentially learn to feel the force and be moved by the force and to use the force. The idea, like the whole idea of midi-chlorians was such a mistake that never should have been put into the original into the prequel trilogy at all, because that just gives it a whole DBZ power level meter kind of a thing, right? Like Anakin's levels are over 20,000, and I just. If you want to have the midi-chlorians mentioned in the books, because that's where it originally came from, and then Lucas is like, oh, I'll bring that into the movies. That sounds like a good idea. No, I like the idea of the Force as a mythical, spiritual energy, and trying to ground it too much in science when Star Wars really isn't a hard sci-fi series. It's space opera. I really think treating it with its due mystical reverence, and because of that, I think it is totally fine that Sabine, after a long period of struggle, is able to use the Force. I don't think she does anything particularly amazing with it. She pushes Ezra across a gap, and she's able to force pull a lightsaber. These are pretty basic Force powers to use. And so if you have a problem with it, I'm just gonna say it, you're just sexist. And I think that's all I've got to say about Ahsoka. So, let's move on to Star Trek Lower Decks. So we're in Season 4, Episode 6. This episode is called Parth Ferengi's Heart Place. And if you've been watching my channel, you know that I have been criticizing Lower Decks for being overly reliant on humor that references old Star Trek. And the show, like, literally lampshades that in a joke this episode, where there's basically the plot of this episode is that the Ferengi are looking to potentially join the Federation, and so they're the Cerritos and another ship have come to Ferenginar to have them sign some initial paperwork for the application. And the admiral that Captain Freeman is working with, he makes reference to an obscure episode of TNG. It wasn't even a particularly good episode of TNG, but like he just references something there, and she doesn't get it, and he goes something like, oh, well, if you had been to that planet, you'd find it funny. And I'm just like, yeah, it's like that's he's literally commenting on the style of joke that Lower Decks does. So they know that it's a problem, but they're still gonna do it. And like, I don't mind throwing in references here and there, like Futurama is famous for, like, the writers are like, look, we'll write jokes that only 3 people will get, and we'll be happy that those 3 people get that joke. But Futurama is also just really good at writing jokes for a more general audience too. And I feel like a lot of Lower Deck stuff has been overly reliant on, you're not gonna get it, but like you might laugh because you're like, oh, huh, that's a reference. I don't get the reference, but I get that that's a reference, right? And this one was making a joke of how reliant Lower Decks has become on that kind of a humor. So I thought that was pretty good. But this is a fun episode because they're on Ferenginar, and the main cast have been given travel guide duty, and travel guide duty means that they basically get to go on vacation on Ferenginar, because the travel guide for Ferenginar in the Federation hasn't been updated in like 15 years. So it's like, okay, go to Ferenginar, go check out, all of the cool touristy spots and write reviews and all of that. And so they all gets to, go down and check out various things. And they want to have... they don't have any, like, couples on on the Cerritos that they can send down, because like they comment on everyone's so horny and like, you know, adventurous on the ship that nobody's actually settled down and just coupled. So Tendi and Rutherford, you guys get to pose as a married couple. And because Tendi and Rutherford have such a good natural rapport, they're really good friends, they think, oh sure, that'll be fun, but it ends up being very awkward for them very quickly once they have to, you know, actually pretend with the romance and everything like that. Especially when it turns out that on Ferenginar, faking a romance in order to get romantic like packages and discounts and stuff like that is actually a felony. And so when they're about to be like, okay, we just want to stop this, they realize, oh, if we admit this, we're gonna be sent into like salt mines or something. So they're forced to pretend to be a married couple, and it's, you know, a lot of fun there. And I've been looking forward to a long time to seeing their relationship kind of grow, because early on in the show, Rutherford mentioned how he was like, he kind of had the hots for Tendi, and there was like a holo program that he had designed that he wanted her to be impressed with, because he was trying to, you know, maybe hope for something more. But they kind of haven't touched on that since. Like, they've just been really good friends up until that point. But I would like to see a little bit more of the will they won't they, and this episode is one of the first times that we really get to confront that head on. And it even, you know, addresses at the end, once they are no longer pretending to be this, you know, intimate, loving couple. Like, the episode literally ends with them crawling into a Jeffries tube together, just like in a tight spot, just cramped together, and they're totally fine with it, totally comfortable with that when they're not thinking about the romance. And I think kind of what the episode is touching on is they weren't able to feel natural when they were doing what they thought a romantic relationship is supposed to look like. And I would really like to see this built up where, like, I don't know, maybe kind of like an Ace or Arrow kind of a relationship, you know? We already do have an Ace character on Lower Decks. Billups, the engineer, he's Ace. But I kind of like the idea of exploring their relationship as like a non-traditional romance, where they don't need to follow all of the tropes that everyone expects. Lucky Outer says queer implications detected. Oh, possibly. I mean, they certainly both have. Well, Tendi has the side cut for it. And then Boimler, he wants to be like, Boimler's the overachiever. He's like, how many spots are people usually expected to get to? And he's told like, oh, if you go to like 4 or 5, he's like, I'm gonna go to 40. But then he like gets caught up by Ferengi television and never ends up leaving his hotel room. He just like veges out in there to watch it all. And there was a TV show that comes on called, hang on, what was it? I have it written down. What was it called? It's called Pog and Dar, Cop Landlords. And like, Ferengi culture has always been like a very kind of on the nose critique of American capitalism and its excesses. So the idea that they would have a TV show of the two like most hated groups in America right now, cops and landlords, and they're cop landlords. There's even a joke where like one of the cops gets shot, and as he's dying, the other one is like, transfer your latinum to me or I'll tell everyone you supported tenants' rights. It was very, and also like Boimler was commenting because like he saw a commercial and he's just like, oh, he like didn't know how to pronounce the word commercial because it's such an alien concept to humans, because we've abolished capitalism. But he watches it and he's just like, well, that's amazing. They're just allowed to like lie to you like that. But it was kind of just a cute commentary on like trash TV, his storyline. But then Mariner is in a spot where she's been like rebelling against authority for so long but like she's in a spot on the Cerritos where she really doesn't have anything to push against, because Ransom, as her, commanding officer, he's figured that out, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to take the bait anymore. And she's a lieutenant now, so she's not having to answer to do all of the grunt work that she had to do as an ensign. And without anything to rebel against, but like still having a rebellious personality, she kind of just like gets super drunk and picks fights with people on Ferenginar. And she's meeting up with an old Ferengi friend who I think we actually saw in like a first season episode where she like asked him to help her pull a prank on Boimler. And even he's just like, you've got some things that you need to work through here, and I don't think you've got healthy coping mechanisms. So it really does feel like this season is addressing her rebellious streak, and how being a rebel without a cause is not necessarily emotionally healthy. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more of that with her. But anyway, that's right. Yeah, so for the negotiation with Ferenginar joining the Federation, we get to see Rom and Lita from Deep Space Nine show up, because Rom was made Grand Nagus at the end of Deep Space Nine, and it's a whole thing where like Rom plays dumb while Lita plays shrewd, while they're basically trying to extract more concessions from the Federation. And the Admiral, who thought that this was just going to be get them to sign, it's a formality, they approached the Federation because the ship that's been blowing up different ships all throughout the season, it like has started attacking Ferengi vessels too, so they're concerned about it. And so the Admiral figured it was going to be a slam dunk, but Captain Freeman's just like, no, come on, the Ferengi are more shrewd than that, they're playing you. And she eventually manages to outmaneuver the Ferengi by getting them to sign by like having she threw in like 1 billion bars of latinum to sweeten the deal, and because of that they didn't read a fine print that said none of this contract comes into law until you can bring another planet into the Federation, and the planet that she listed was the Klingons. And they're like, well, that's never gonna happen. And she's like, yeah, see. And that was ultimately like, okay, the Ferengi were like, look, we were just making sure that the Federation was going to respect our customs in terms of like haggling and getting a good deal. So we'll take the original deal. We just wanted to make sure you guys weren't going to be pushovers. But that was a fun one, and it was fun to see Rom and Lita from the Deep Space Nine come back. I think it was a really fun episode. It's fun to see more on Ferenginar. Lots of jokes about the way that capitalism works. I think there was a line. Mariner, when she lands on Ferenginar, she's like, "It's what heaven would look like if God was stupid." And Boimler said, "I can't wait to haggle at the Museum of Gambling and gamble at the Museum of Haggling." So all sorts of just fun things like that. Mariner ends up getting drunk at a library. Like, it's a library where nobody's actually read a book in like 100 years, because it's just they've put a casino in there. There's literally one of the signs that you can see when they go down. There was like an Uncle Quark's Youth Casino. It's a Ferengi culture is really funny. It's just a good like exaggerated look at the excesses of American capitalism, and I always enjoy Ferengi episodes. Those were some of my favorites on Deep Space Nine. This is a great one here. So anyway, that's it for my reviews of the week. Now, I was going to be talking with Riverboat Jack at 7. I'm kind of out of topics for the week, so I'm actually just going to go ahead and message her and let her know I am ready to go whenever she is. I'm actually here. I wonder. I'm gonna see what her stream has currently got going on. Let me turn off the music.
Completely and utterly right when I called that target. was closing stores not due to crime. You guys remember that? You guys remember that, like, Target was saying they were closing, like, 9 locations due to crime?
Hi, I'm done with all my
Due to organized
segments
retail theft?
and talk whenever you are ready. We'll see what she has to say.
Oh, I guess we could also watch the Tucker Carlson vid. We'll talk a little bit about Rudy Giuliani suing Joe Biden.
See if she notices me in chat.
You done with your scheduled segments? Nice.
Hey, tipster.
Well,
Welcome in.
Bayfesh, maybe come on in like 5 minutes.
5 minutes
You know,
sounds good.
Take your opportunity to use the bathroom, all that jazz.
5 minutes sounds good to me. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes to kill. What do you all have going on in chat? That will also give me time. Hang on. Trans Girl J says, your mom gay. To tipster. True. Picture of the Ashen Capital about to pop into the disc. What's the Ashen Capital? You're fighting the urge to take a nap? Well, I'm going to have a pretty fun convo with Riverboat, I think. We actually don't have like any set discussion, but I do have a couple things that I wanted to talk with about her. Actually, before I do that talk with her, I do need to go pee. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me see, what was this that you were posting? Ah, the Ashen Capital in Elden Ring, gotcha. So this is my first, well, that's not true. I had a conversation with Jake the Pog on, Tipster says, now that YouTube supports pronouns in bio, have you added yours? I did not know that. I didn't know that they added that. That's cool. I'll make sure to do that at some point if I remember once I end stream. Everyone should make sure to go ahead and do that. That's very helpful. I've still got Jack's stream chat open, so I saw you just asked that of her as well. Hey, J-Fran. Actually, I don't know if... have you been talking in chat? I don't think I saw you in earlier, but welcome in if I missed you. So Elden Ring, I've never played that. I've seen other people play it. I've kind of not been, like, really wanting to get into Souls-like games for a long time. And I think the biggest part of that is just, I don't really like games that are like super, super difficult. And I kind of like, I realized that once I played Jedi Fallen Order, which I didn't realize until I started playing it that it was a Souls-like, but it has a difficulty slider. And because of that, I was fine. Like, I love that game. I actually want to get the Jedi Survivor and play that on stream at some point. Because it's got a difficulty slider, and I'd probably play it on the easier side, because I'm more interested in, the story and everything like that. But I've always been very hesitant on getting into, something like Dark Souls or Elden Ring or something like that. I don't know. Something about it just doesn't seem to appeal to me that well. Valhalla says Jedi is more Sekiro than Souls. Yeah, I know that. Demon Mama said the same thing. I just kind of look at those games. Like I said, I don't play them, so I just kind of look at all of those games as kind of just the same general genre, the deliberate action thing. Oh, Jack just started a call. Let me go ahead and get in.
After the EAS test yesterday.
Hey.
Hello, Gayfesh.
Sorry, I don't know how long you were calling me for. I was talking to chat, but how is it going on?
It's good. I've had a long day. Yesterday we did a 10-hour long stream, and I went over the entire Jenk and Hassan discussion / debate, and it was infuriating, and I'm very tired today. So
yeah. Hang on.
That's where I'm at.
I'm adjusting your volume because it looks like you're peaking on my end. Can you give me a test again?
Test.
Okay, that sounds much better, actually. I'll book you up just a little bit more. Did you want to do video? I can show off my feshy goodness.
Let me see. I have a difficulty with my streaming software and my camera, so I'll have to, shift this around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute. Boop. Don't panic, chat. Don't panic. You just can't see me, but I'm still here.
Oh, let me turn on my camera.
Camera.
Come on, camera. Turn on for me.
Pop out.
Why is my camera not turning on? Hang on. Turn on camera. There we go. Okay. Hello. Okay, let me pop this out. Get this in the right. Streams are always fun to get set up.
Yeah.
Okay, and then beautiful. Let me get stuff on stream. So how you been? What do you want to talk about today? Because you reached out to me on this one.
I did. Honestly, I'm just trying to be better at chatting to people. I'm not terribly good at reaching out, and there we go. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And so you come into my chat pretty often, and I think you're cool, and you talk about media, and I was a media critic at one point in my life.
You were.
So
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, I worked as a video game critic for 8 years.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Hopefully, none of the Gamergate stuff hit you in particular.
I mean, it did a little bit. It's been very interesting. One of my friends had to go effectively into hiding and change their name and move across country, and so I have some pretty strong feelings about Gamergate to this day. Not something that's ever gone away.
Yeah, because I remember when Gamergate was starting, and when I see people now who you bring up Gamergate and they're just like, why are you bringing that up? That was forever gone. I'm like, it never really went away. It changed its form, and it changed its name, but it's always just been omnipresent. I mean, for a lot of people, I'm just like, yeah, what do you mean Gamergate went away? It's called MAGA now.
Yeah, well, honestly, it's really wild how well kind of paying attention to Gamergate has translated into actual political knowledge now.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Mike Cernovich was huge among conservative folks during Gamergate. now he's basically doing political ops for conservatives.
Well,
like
Steve Bannon, like he literally saw Gamergate and was like, "This is a recruitment tool to the right."
A lot of people don't know that Steve Bannon, like one of the things that like Steve Bannon used to build up his wealth was like basically owning gold farms in World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
which
Man, I remember
insane.
that. Yeah.
But then like,
I played WoW.
Like you have. Oh.
I always I played WoW, and there were times that I was like tempted to buy gold. I'm glad I never did. And once they added in the thing where you could like convert like the month game time into like an in-game item that you could trade, I was just like, okay, well that's just a legit way to buy gold now, so I don't actually have to go through skeevy gold farmers. But yeah, no, Gamergate, yeah, that's a wild era. It's been something I've been thinking about more recently too, just in terms of the tactics and in terms of, obviously Brianna Wu was a pretty notable target of Gamergate, and I did a video on her last week, so I've just been thinking about it.
Yeah, that was a good video, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
And yeah, I mean, like just so many other figures too, like Milo Yiannopoulos, who's less relevant now, though still kind of lurking in the shadows, I guess.
He kind of had like one last hurrah where he like used Kanye West to gain a little bit more prevalence, and I think he did a debate with Destiny like a couple months ago or something like that. But like for a long time, like because for people who don't know, like Milo used to just be like on regular the cable television, like just he was just on everything, and it wasn't until like he comments about him basically supporting pedophilia came out that they finally dropped him, because most conservatives are pedophiles, but they can't say it. He said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, he was like, he said something along the lines of being supportive of like Catholic priests abusing children, and like I mean, there are very few lines you can't cross when you're in that space, but that happens to be the bottom of the barrel.
I remember Demon Mama used to cover like some of Milo's like his fall from grace, because there's a do you know who Michael Voris is? The church militant. They're
yeah.
Okay, so she actually covers, or at least used to. I wish she would go back to it. But the church militant has their own website. They're like they're a tradcast organization. Michael Voris is an ex-gay guy who air quotes ex-gay, obviously. But that's kind of the thing, is that when Milo had like no money, he ended up working for the church militant, and it was so very obvious that he and Michael Voris were fucking. Like they did an interview, and like he's just being a bratty bottom the entire time, and you're just like, oh, the sexual tension here. Oh, you can just feel it. They fucked. But like he was doing so poorly that they literally had him doing like QVC style videos where they're just hawking like pewter casts of like the Virgin Mary for like $30 to the old people who are watching on YouTube. And oh god, that was pathetic. And I was watching that, I was just like, oh, you love to see it, to see where he was at his height and what he has been what he's been driven to.
I know. I remember there being like a news story about him being broke and having to sell his like an actual throne that he had bought for like $70,000 and just like and nobody wanted to buy it, and how he was like it was just like, man, this feels nice. I'm going to remember this in darker times.
So there was one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about, and it kind of relates to the video I did last week on Brianna Wu, and Progressive Victory. I know you've done a lot of work with Progressive Victory, but I don't know what that work is. I've just heard that like like people have just said like you've basically done about as much work for Progressive Victory as anyone. And I'm kind of curious, what have you done? I know you've done a lot of promotion and stuff, but like just
Yeah. I did like a lot of the behind the scenes work, and there are gonna be some parts of this like I just can't talk about.
Sure.
But yeah, like I was one of the people like essentially reaching out to other content creators, getting them on board, checking in with them on a weekly basis to see like what can I get you to like convey like any talking points or any like angle that might be useful on like a topic like say contraception, or getting people out to volunteer either for knocking on doors or phone banking or text banking. I've been working with them for a while, like since I think before Progressive Victory was like officially a thing. I worked with one of the guys who like kind of founded it on like a Medicare for All just kind of trial run.
right.
Because really the entire idea of like Progressive Victory in a nutshell is that the old political machinery is kind of like it's outdated, and young people in particular aren't really using it anymore. Like, young people typically, we're not going to answer our phones. We're not going to like, respond to a weird text message that just pops up.
My
We're
phone
not going to
is like, unless you are in my address book, it just goes straight to voicemail. I do not pick up calls.
Yep. And the other part is just like emails are basically, if you go to Washington and you go to like Washington D.C. and you talk to like people who are in office, even if they're like late 40s, early 50s, to them the newest thing is like email lists, and if you're lucky, you'll get a slightly younger person who is familiar with like Twitter, like that's that's kind of like the cutting edge of what they're familiar with. And so kind of the thesis of Progressive Victory was, and still is reaching out to kind of this streaming space to get people activated in more politically minded directions, because there is an intimacy involved with like making content that is live and responding to the audience, chatting with folks, etc. And that is actually extraordinarily powerful when it comes to communicating the need to volunteer for political causes that affect all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of what I did like a year or two ago was kind of proof of concept stuff. Kind of like gathering data to be like, okay, is this more effective than more traditional lines of like activating audiences? And if so, how? And that then is kind of gearing up for the 2024 election to kind of like fully get everything in gear and like see if like streamers can come together instead of just being isolated individuals, and come together as like a group to activate collectively their audience. Because like I don't have that big of an audience myself. Like I have like almost 10,000 people on Twitch and like 2,000 people almost on YouTube. That's peanuts. That's like nothing.
Yeah, I've got less than that myself, but
but I know from just having looked at some of the numbers that me talking to my audience and saying, hey, get involved in Progressive Victory, and like sending them over to the Progressive Victory Discord and getting people motivated and understanding like what they can do and how effective that can be, led to thousands upon thousands of doors being knocked on and people being contacted in swing races, like the Wisconsin judge race that happened earlier this year.
Yeah, I remember that was a big one.
Yeah, or the primaries, not the primaries, the midterms in last year. We got people out in Pennsylvania, in other swing states across the country, and it wasn't just like an isolated single one-off race. And the data we got was, I don't remember exactly off the top of my head, but it was something like, exponentially more people respond to a streamer, like encouraging them to volunteer for political races, than people respond to like emails or calls.
There's I would imagine probably even more so than just like a celebrity doing a canned get out the vote thing. Although I guess with Taylor Swift, when she told her audience to go and register to vote, like we saw huge spikes, but the Swifties are insane, so that makes sense.
Yeah. But like now imagine if Taylor Swift encouraged all of them to like go out and volunteer. Even if like 1% of them did, like that would be like the Republican Party would be done.
But also,
frankly,
when you consider the size of Taylor Swift's audience, how many of them actually did it, versus there's a lot more direct engagement with streamers, because people use the word parasocial as a bad word, and I think parasociality is just something that needs to be acknowledged and engaged with in healthy ways. And the parasocial relationship between the audience and streamers is far more interactive and far more direct and far stronger than the one-sided interaction that fans might have with an actor or a musician. Even in this modern day of social media, where you can have an actor or a musician respond to your tweet, with live streaming, there is a direct one-on-one conversation going on. You say something in chat and they respond, and you see them respond, and you get that back and forth. So you get, I feel like, a much more activated user base for a much smaller fan base. You would have more of them just being active, it feels like to me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and like you touched on it there, like the parasocial relationship engenders a lot more trust than kind of the like a typical one way like celebrity person relationship might, And so there's a lot more ability to basically be like, and this can also be used in horrible ways, but one of the positive ways it can be used is like getting people involved in our political system and realizing that, collectively we have way more power than, folks in power want us to believe, and I think that there are definitely people in our spaces that would and do kind of abuse that power, but the kind of the project that I personally believe in is just, hey, we need to convince people by any and all means to get out there and volunteer, because like it's kind of an existential problem that we're facing right now, and we need to band together. I was talking about this with Mike from the Humanist Report last night. We need to band together or we die.
Yeah, like we keep hearing it's the most important election of our lifetimes, and that's going to be true for every single election from here until forever, basically. The rise of fascism in the Republican Party has been very scary to see, and it needs to be taken seriously. And I feel like a lot of people have this whole thing like, well, we survived 4 years of Trump, so it's not that bad, but so many people didn't survive 4 years of Trump. Trump's inaction on COVID. Now, I definitely have my criticisms with how Biden's handled it. I mean, the government at this point has basically just given up on the idea that there is still a pandemic going on. But that started with Trump. And I don't think Hillary Clinton would have responded at all in the same way. And I just feel, there's a lot of people who just really don't take the existential threat of republicanism seriously enough. And I definitely have my problems with the Democrats, but it feels like PV is working kind of to address a lot of those too. I mean, you were talking about how like the idea of email lists is fairly novel in Washington, like, oh, that's the new thing is email lists. And like it makes me think of what was it, the leadership age gap between the Republicans and the Democrats, where the average age of a leader in the Republican Party is what, in their 50s or 60s, and for the Democrats in their 70s or 80s. Like, Dianne Feinstein just died, and she shouldn't have been in office for probably over a decade by this point. Like, it was just elder abuse. That, like, they were literally just weekend at burning her for this last term of hers. And we need new blood. And it seems like I think I was seeing people talk about how the plan now for PV is to actually like go out and try and get specific candidates to the primary and or like run in primaries. Is that something that's been going on, or?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
But I believe, like, you know, in terms of like politics and like figuring stuff out, this is really kind of the first real test of progressive victory,
right?
At scale. So it's going to be one of those things where right now, you know, the election it feels like the election has started already, and in a lot of ways it has. But you know, we have to keep in mind the primaries haven't even finished yet,
right?
And when the primaries finish is kind of when the floodgates open regarding like money and ability to do things. And I saw someone in my chat ask about progressive victory working with any like normie streamers, and I know that is part of like
would
the
probably
plan.
be a good plan. Yeah, like get like Pokemon's audience or something like that to sign on. I don't even pay attention to normie streamers. I'm all in the political space, so Pokemon's like the only one that even comes to mind. And I mean, wasn't she in the Among Us stream with AOC?
Yeah, but like part of it is normie streamers are harder to engage, much like you can kind of think of them as like kind of disengaged voters to an extent. Like,
yeah,
some of them get it like right off the bat, but there are some also who just like don't really see how that would gel with their audience or how to pitch it to their audience, or just aren't terribly interested in getting involved. And so it's reaching out to a lot of people can be extraordinarily hit or miss. And that goes like even within like our already politically activated space. You know, there were people I reached out to who just weren't interested, never, for whatever reason, would never get back to me. And that's, you know, that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But that the number of responses goes down the farther away from like political activism or you know, whatever we want to call this space. The further you get away from it, the less people respond. And that their response rate is going to, you know, spike as we get closer to the election, because more and more people get tuned into that. So this is a very roundabout way of saying I would expect to see more normie streamers, and I don't have any inside information on this. I would expect to see more normie streamers get involved for like one-off events or like short collaborations, you know, the closer we get to like 2024 election day.
Yeah, that would be good. I have been having some like conflicted feelings just in terms of like how coalition building is done, and who we choose to build coalitions with. And we don't have to get too deep into this if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, but like I did cover the Brianna Wu stuff last week. And
yeah,
you know, Progressive Victory had, you know, big events at VidCon, and from my perception of what was going on, we had Vosh, Keffels, and DGG. And you know, anybody who knows anything about me knows that I have no love for DGG. I am kind of like, I think like they've even started talking about me again because of my Brown and Woo video. But for my size, I kind of have like an overstated presence over there as like some kind of a deranged guy who doesn't like them at all. I think it's kind of warranted from my end, considering who I'm friends with. And so it was really kind of hard for me to see PV this week, basically celebrating all of these people who kind of have been harassing my friends for years. Just go up and like, oh, we're all friends now, we're all pals. And I don't know, it's just, what is the calculus? How do you compartmentalize like that? And like, I don't know, kind of sell me on that, you know?
Yeah. So, and I've made no secret about this. Like, I deeply dislike Destiny.
Yeah, I don't think we have any disagreements there.
What I do, how I compartmentalize that is, I recognize that he has like what is the size of his like YouTube subscriber base?
I think it's like 800,000 now.
800,000,
something
yeah.
like that.
And that we're playing, when it comes to like mobilizing for political stuff, we're playing a numbers game, right? And that is, well, we're both playing a numbers game, and also none of the people involved on the streamer level need to be friends. That is not a requirement at all. And if it was, like, it would be a social club, not like a political organizing group.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, like, I think Bosch said something either like on Twitter or like a stream that I tuned in for like 20 seconds, but said something along the lines of like, you know, we're still not friends. People are like shipping us, but we're not friends. And like,
well, you can see in those photos, Destiny clearly doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
that was one thing that I was looking at. I was just like, you know, I've seen all of these people fighting with each other on the internet for years, and I couldn't sit down at a table like that. And like, I just, there's something I don't think I can compartmentalize in the way some other people can, but I would never be at a table with Destiny, even if we were both like doing PV work. I'd be like, I'm not going to be in a photo with him. Look, we can both get audiences to go knock on doors, but I'm not gonna pose for photos with the guy, you know?
And that's fair. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think Progressive Victory is interested in trying to force people into situations they don't want to be in like that. But also, they'll still make the case that, like, hey, having everyone together here is going to generate, like, a lot of attention of, like, look, these streamers can set aside their beefs and get together and work together, and that could potentially mobilize more of their audiences, which I think is a decent point. And, like, when we're talking about, like, an audiences like the Majority Report and Destiny and Vosh all combined together, like, what is that? Like, potentially like 2 million people?
Yeah.
Would that be like a fair amount of math going on there?
Well, I'm sure there's probably substantial overlap too within those audiences. I feel like a lot of people who watch Vosh also watch the Majority Report.
Yeah.
And there's still a sizable overlap between DGG and VGG, maybe not so much in the chats, but I do know there are quite a lot of people who watch them both. I mean, there's been a sizable, like, you know, there's that Destiny Vosh shipping account that like people were retweeting because he's like, I got it, it happened. So like there is some overlap. So I don't know if you can just add all of their audiences together, pure numbers, and get the full result. I would say it's probably less than that, but yeah.
Regardless of what the actual number is, like, we can agree that even if like that resulted in 1% more people wanting to get involved, like that would be a really large number of people, right? And so one of the things that I learned while participating in this is that typically if there's not like any kind of like volunteer push from, you know, outside forces, like say a coalition of streamers, you know, you're gonna have like 3-4 volunteers sometimes doing door knocking or phone banking. And what happens when you get these volunteers, even if like 10 people show up, that's like more than doubling like the
Yeah.
size of some of these volunteer groups. It's allowing them to reach actually exponentially more people.
What's the numbers on like how many people a single volunteer would reach typically?
So that depends on like, what form of volunteering they're doing. Phone banking, you can reach more people. Door to door, you reach less people, but door to door is also the most effective way to turn out more votes.
Yeah.
And so typically you would find like a volunteer can reach maybe between, if they're volunteering for like a weekend or something, 100 people, maybe like 100 doors knocked.
So
and that's
10 people, that's 1,000.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty good.
Like, and it depends on the person, how motivated they are. Like, if they're making calls, like that's even more people. And also the benefit of like phone calling is that you can do it literally from anywhere. So, it's one of the more easy like online asks to make of people. So again, like every one of those people who can be turned out to volunteer can help turn out more votes, because again, the vast majority of people in America are just not plugged in politically. And the other part of this is that you're not being sent to just knock random doors. Typically what will happen in elections is they'll give you like, here's an area of likely voters. People who just need to be reminded what day it is that they need to go vote, or need like someone to tell them why it's important that they vote, what their vote could affect. And so reaching those people is not just like you have to debate them into like going to vote. You just have to like remind them. You can have like a discussion if you want, or if they want, and like then you move on. So like the potential to reach people is huge. And when we look at like the midterms or like the Wisconsin race, some of the margins were very small. I had a someone in my chat the other day who was a volunteer coordinator for I think during the midterms, and they said that one of the races that they participated in like was determined by 7 votes.
Oh, geez.
And so like when we say like volunteers can literally make the difference between whether or not more progressive or a not fascist gets elected, that's not just like blowing smoke up anyone's ass. That's actual like
7 vote margin. That would if that was PV that was doing that specifically, or was that just
that person I think was unrelated.
Okay, but it was just different organizing. But 7 vote margin, they swung that election. Them specifically would have at those margins, definitely.
And so I guess to kind of bring it back around, how I compartmentalize it is remembering like what the stakes are, and then like how thin some of these margins can be.
Sure.
And if we can turn out just a few more people to some of these election sites, and again, the benefit of kind of this online organizing is that we can effectively turn out for any race in the country with phone banking. And that is actually pretty powerful.
That's very powerful, yeah.
That's kind of how I compartmentalize that. I know you asked a few other questions. I forgot them as I was trying to answer that one. Sorry.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I do kind of in terms of the outreach and like getting streamers to go and direct their audiences to PV. Is there ever a concern about like which streamers you reach out to, if like getting them on board might get their audience, but it might turn away other people's audiences? Like they're like, oh, your PV's working with this guy. Why would I go and phone bank for PV? Is that a concern?
Yes. I can tell you that's a concern. I don't want to go too deep into that.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it gets a little too deep into baseball that
you don't want to go sure.
but yes, that is something that is talked about extensively. Who to bring on, and sometimes it's it's not it's not something that like I as a single person can control.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. It's an organization. There's not a single person in charge, right? Yeah, it's just that's been something that's kind of been because and I'm not trying to get too much into drama here, but I just as I've been thinking on seeing the PV stuff, a lot of the people that were at the PV stuff with VidCon are people that have like directly been harassing my friends for years. And in particular, Doe. Doe is a friend of mine. Doe's a dear friend of mine in both senses of the word. Doe's a dear friend and Doe's a dear friend. And
it's great.
Doe is great. And Doe has never done anything to anyone. Doe is the nicest person you will ever meet. And a lot of these people, apparently, she wasn't in any of the photos, but apparently RGR was there. I saw,
really?
Yeah, I saw Stardust had tweeted out that RGR was there as well. She didn't show up in any of the photos, but yeah, she was there. And if you know anything about Doe, you know about RGR. And I just, at some point when I look at all of those people who are there, and there's some part of me that goes, I'm tired of Doe being the one being asked to just let it all go and be the sacrificial lamb on the altar of coalition building and everyone coming together to defeat something else, but nobody else ever has to apologize for anything they've done.
Yeah.
And it just I have been really having trouble the last couple of weeks with squaring that.
Yeah, and there are some things I could we might be able to talk about off stream.
Sure.
But like I feel that very deeply. And yeah, some of the stuff that came out recently, like if I had been working with Progressive Victory, I would have at the very least on something like that, I would have maybe like distanced myself from that part of the campaign for whatever it's worth. For the record, like I didn't have any hand in putting together the VidCon stuff.
It was my impression that like a lot of that was Brianna Wu was organizing that, right?
Yeah.
Because it certainly seemed from her Twitter timeline that she was she said she had been doing like 60 hours a week for months to get that thing together because she was, regretting not being able to make it to the panel because of COVID, which, yeah, that sucks. I get that. Looking forward to that for a long time, then not being able to make it, that sucks for her. Yeah. It's just, I have had concerns about PV just because of that whole situation. And I when you reached out to me, I was just like, you've done work with them for so long. Maybe you can assuage some of my fears in this regard.
Yeah.
And
I would just say that Brianna Wu, as far as I know, is not an official part of PV. They've partnered on things.
She's executive director of Rebellion Pack, right? That's a separate thing.
So like they've been working together, but like Brianna Wu is not in the leadership of Progressive Victory. So that's one thing, is that there's been some like conflation, and that is I just want to make sure that that's clear, that is not the case.
That's good.
Yeah. But it's I would say it's pretty, the things that were leaked from Brianna Wu's chat, really fucking bad.
Yeah, I would say
the comments about Black Lives Matter, really fucking bad. Like hijacking the left. The idea that inconvenient trans people are pulling down the entire left and will destroy it. Those sneaky non-binaries.
That's one thing that I was I did a segment on this actually earlier in stream. There was a kind of one of the best female tennis players in the world. I've already forgotten her name, but she's a Czech American tennis player.
Like Maria Partilova or
something
whatever.
like that. Yeah. And she's had like a huge turf turn recently, and I did a segment on her. mostly because she just came across my stream, my feed on Twitter, and I saw that like a bunch of like celebrities like Mark Hamill and Linda Carter were following her. I'm like, well, they must not know about this. So I just tagged like a bunch of the celebrities that I was following that were also following her. I'm like, hey, do you know that she's a TERF? She was trained. Her coach was the first trans woman to compete in the U.S. Open as a female tennis player. And like,
Oh my god.
so when this is, you know, and just talking about coalition building, this is, you know, one thing that I kind of want people to, you know, just watch their back on, is that there are things that you and other people are going to agree with, specific issues that once that's been gotten, they might stab you in the back over. A lot of cis gays and lesbians turned their back on the trans community once they got gay marriage. And certainly it was good that they got gay marriage, and trans people were instrumental in the fight for that. And
the thing I would say is like politics is going into some situations knowing that could be the case. You know, like do I anticipate like Vosh and Destiny being good friends, or like even good collaborators for a significant period of time? Not necessarily, but like for the purposes of where we're at now, like that's kind of like what I care about. And I view kind of like building the structures that allow us to collaborate effectively as kind of the long-term goal, and then the short-term goals are just kind of like these collaborations that are probably like doomed to be short-term, but like if that helps us to avoid fascism, that's fine in my book, I guess. I guess I don't go into this expecting
friends.
A lot of I don't expect friends or people to like, you know, be nice or chummy, like, and it sucks because there is kind of that impulse where you want to be friends with everybody. But and especially like when you're all coming together on something that you collectively care about, but then, you know, that's part of the, I guess, one of the dangers of politics.
Well, like, you know, when I see people make calls for leftist unity, I like, that has to be very targeted and very particular about what you're uniting about, because you know, almost always when I hear calls for leftist unity, what I see is daggers in the back of anarchists, because that's usually how that ends up happening in the long run. So
I do want to say just real quick. Also, hi Sam in YouTube chat. You bring up a really good point, which is that like when it comes down to like the actual members of communities collaborating, it's the amount of difference is not nearly as much as like the personalities and the streamers themselves collaborating. You know, like Destiny and Vosh probably never going to get along, but members of Destiny's community and members of Vosh's community definitely can get along and have gotten along. And like I went to Netroots Nation earlier this year to give a talk about like online organizing, and like there were people there who like were radicalized by Vosh. There were people there who were radicalized by Destiny, and like we were able to work together and like not hate each other. And like, well, and that's possible.
There's probably something to be said too, just in terms of utilizing the parasocial engagement with your audience, is dangling that carrot of the future Destiny Vosh friendship. It's like, oh, if we knock enough doors in PV, maybe Destiny and Vosh will get a burger together again.
Well, like it's less about that and more about the fact that like ultimately, like we have preconceptions of what like the Destiny community is. And we have preconceptions, like other people have conceptions about what the Vosh community is, or the Riverboat Jack community, or whatever.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when you roll up your sleeves and you're paired up with somebody to go knock on doors, like you guys are having a human experience together. And like, supporting each other and like helping each other get the work done, and that that is an experience that I think tends to wear away kind of the veneer of like which team you came in thinking you played for, if that makes sense, and you kind of are able to play on the same team.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I
Hang on
think
just
that
1 second, because I just got rated in by Demon Mama. So Imps, welcome in. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to my channel. I'm sure you all know me and love me, and I know you all and love you. Welcome into chat. We're having a good talk with Riverboat Jack right now about coalition building and, you know, the pros and cons and how you square your circles and deal with working with people you hate to get people you hate more out of office and stuff like that. So come on in. The water's warm, and enjoy the stream. And back to the conversation.
welcome, Demon Mama community. Yeah, we're basically just kind of the idea that at the end of the day, a lot of people are just people and like capable of having like relationships and like, you know, friendships and or just like temporary allyships with people who you know, just come from a different online community. And I just know that that is a thing that has happened, and I've seen people come out of experiences like that. And I also think it's worth noting that a lot of the people who do wind up going to volunteer are not like the terminally online folks who are posting like nasty shit about people every day. The people who turn up are people who care and want to make a difference and are willing to like, you know, work with people from outside their community to do it. So just throwing that out there. Also, real quick, Nominal Naomi, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders.
Oh, I love Naomi. She's great.
Yeah, we're talking with Gayfesh tonight.
Well, that's wonderful. We just had there's two creators that I really like, Demon Mama and Naomi, and they just write into us both. That was very kind of them. They knew this conversation was happening, and they just wanted to help us out.
Yeah, it's been a very good conversation so far.
Yeah, I feel like I've had a lot of apprehensions of just I haven't had the most positive view of PV just over the last. I feel like you've done a lot to try and get things focused and be like, yeah, okay, yes, these issues are important, but so is this other stuff, and there are ways where, like, even if your audiences are working together, you don't actually necessarily have to interact with them. Like, if you're doing phone banking, you're not really like you're in your house on your phone talking to people. You're not like having to interact with people you don't like. I mean,
well, and that's the
other than people you might get on the phone that you might not like, but you know that.
Well, yeah. But like that's the other thing. Like if you are just hard line, I will not work with anyone from X community. Like that's something that like in the Progressive Victory Discord, like they'll take that into account, and they probably will they'll do everything they can to make sure you're scheduled with, you know, people you're more comfortable with. You know?
Sure.
So, yeah. Yeah, I will just kind of to say, like, I understand where you're coming from with like concerns and worries about a variety of this stuff, and some of it I just can't talk about on stream.
Yeah, I get that.
But yeah, they are concerns I share in a lot of respects. So just know that like you aren't alone in feeling that way.
Well, that's good to know. Yeah. Yeah, and I hope to see good things come from PV. The Democrats definitely need fresh blood, and I kind of hope that doesn't just come from everyone else aging out by dying, and hopefully PV can help in some of that by making sure. Yeah. We get more progressive people on the ballot and in Washington.
Well, not to toot PV's horn too much, but like, I have seen some of the numbers. I'm firmly of the opinion that Progressive Victory's involvement in like places like Pennsylvania, like got John Fetterman elected, like made the difference.
That would be cool. That would be so cool if that's true. Yeah, that's amazing.
And so like the proof of concept, I think, has been extraordinarily successful, and 2024 is likely just going to be like hardline organizing for Biden.
Yeah.
But what I'm really excited about is if we do manage to elect Biden and avert like a fascist takeover of America, then kind of the next step would be kind of
bully Biden.
Finding, well, like bully Biden, but also for as far as like Progressive Victory being able to source and find more progressive candidates who need the volunteer power to like make a difference. Because again, especially if we're talking like local or state elections, like having an organization that can mobilize volunteers to the extent that Progressive Victory has the potential to, could be like one of the vehicles to get progressive candidates elected to office. And that I think is really exciting. As a potential.
I don't know if you remember, there was a guy named Joshua for Congress who was running in Washington State. I think he was actually running in Bosch's district. He ended up kind of like being a bit of a flake, but he was, just running completely outside of the system, but initially as a Democrat. Up until he filed, but he filed as like an independent because the Democrats weren't giving him any financial support. Which, yeah, like I get it, but also like he pledged to run as a Democrat, and I wonder if there had been PV back then who had pledged someone like him support, if he might be in Washington now or something like that.
Could be.
And again, I do think Joshua for Congress, once like he ended up actually getting into conversations with people, he ended up not being probably the best candidate, but seeing outsider candidates who have strong progressive values, who are young and can engage a young audience like he did on Twitter, that would be good. And if they have a built-in base of support from organizations like PV, I think that could really help to swing things over.
Yeah, because I mean, like as the saying goes, they have money, but we have people, and the issue is like turning out people is one of the hardest things to do in elections, and so having a vehicle to do that could open up so many more possibilities. And I'm just very. I'm excited to see how that plays out. I can't make like guarantees, obviously, or like, but it is one of the things, in a bleak political time, like I feel like we're currently in. I take a lot of heart from like the labor movement, but not from like our political landscape. But that is one of the few things in our political near future that could be really exciting and interesting and make a huge difference. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm out of things to say on the PV front, but I mean, I'm here if you want to talk about other things as well. I mean, we've got we could talk about, my channel, I do a lot of coverage of the Hollywood strikes, so we could, get into some of that.
Yeah, the one final thing I'll say is
Sure.
I'm glad that we were able to have a talk about the PV stuff, because
Yeah.
I know that there have been people in a very similar position as yourself, and like there hasn't been a ton of clear communication, I think, from PV on that side of things. So I think that I'm able to like grant a bit of insight into what's going on, and hopefully that was helpful.
It was very helpful.
And yeah, I just trying to choose words carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I do want to say though that like
within Progressive Victory, there's a lot of support for non-binary people in particular, and I know that might matter to a lot of people watching.
That's a very important thing to say. Yes, I think that has been on a lot of people's minds lately.
Yeah, I know the leadership of PV, and I can personally attest that like the leadership of PV is incredibly supportive of non-binary people. And in fact, I've had one of the members of leadership on my stream to talk before multiple times, named Cam, and they are a non-binary. So, like just letting you guys know, like that is something that they take very seriously.
Yeah, I can imagine that's very heartening. That's very good to know. That gives me a lot more confidence in that organization, knowing that there are non-binary people in leadership there. Actually, before we move off this topic, I do have I got somebody in chat who is asking, do you know of any particular races we should be on the lookout for next year?
Honestly, the one that I've been trying to wrap my head around is the presidential race. I haven't really been paying that much attention to any of the other races brewing. Probably I need to get more on the ball with that, but like really I've just been trying to grapple with the reality of Biden, Trump, and now the third party contenders potentially of Cenk and Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks.
Cenk wasn't born in America. He can't even run. Like,
and also Cornel West, who
Cornel West has definitely figured out how to be a third party candidate because he's on his third party now.
I'm just trying to like I'm like every day like doing the calculations, like is Biden going to be able to do this if like Cornel West stays in the race? Like it's very scary, like, and that's why I think it takes
Nader
a lot of my
threw the
mental
election
space.
to Bush. Like, I don't know, probably a bunch of my audience were babies or non-existent when that happened, but I was in high school when that one happened. I was like just under the cusp of being of voting age. But yeah, I do remember that whole thing going on, and I remember there was a bumper sticker that I saw once that says, "Don't blame me, I voted for Nader," and I'm like, no, I'm literally blaming you.
Well, and regarding like Cenk running, I've watched like a bunch of his content about like his arguments, and his arguments really seem to boil down to there's something hidden in the 5th and 14th Amendment that will allow me to run. And even though it's not settled case law, I think I can make a good argument for it if it does go to the courts, that naturalized citizens should have all of the rights, including the right to run for president as a natural born citizen.
I mean, I certainly would agree with that a naturalized citizen should be able to run. I think I know McCain was born in Panama, but he was born on a U.S. base to American parents. And likewise, Ted Cruz, he was born in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like,
and then George Romney ran for president, even though he was born in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a lot of the arguments for those hinged on like, oh, but I had American parents. I had natural born American parents.
Well, and
therefore
like McCain being born on a base.
America.
McCain was born on a U.S. military base, so like, yeah. You can say, oh no, that's still Panama as a country. It's like, no, come on, America's an imperial force. We owned the Panama Canal for like forever.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely like honestly, it just seems like kind of hand wavy nonsense because like I also agree he should be able to run for president. The main issue being like our country is kind of founded on a bunch of white supremacy, and there's like still white supremacy written into our constitution and legal codes, and so like I genuinely have no idea if like that would hold up in court or not,
I mean, I feel like it wouldn't even be something that would come up in court unless he actually won, right?
Yeah.
So I guess at that
the
point
other
it's kind of moot anyway. Like the only thing
Yeah.
Jank can do by running third party is act as a spoiler.
Yeah.
Although is
He might also
did
be
he say
running in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because I wasn't sure if he was running third party or if he was running to challenge Biden in the primary, which isn't even happening, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
The primary is literally in less than 3 months now. Like, the idea that he's putting forward that he is going to run for president, and once he hits 20 to 25% in the polls, Gavin Newsom and all the governors are going to enter the race. Like it's the Rohirrim and Lord of the Rings.
I'm certainly not putting any chips on Newsom right now. That dude that dude just vetoed unemployment benefits for striking workers in California.
Oh yeah, the worst part about that is that he's absolutely setting himself up to run in 2028, and the Biden administration is basically giving their tacit approval.
Well, and it was wild too, because he had just they just signed into law the the $20 minimum wage for fast food workers and the Fast Food Workers Council and everything like that. So like on right on the heels of that big win for the working class in California, he goes, and no unemployment benefits for striking workers, because the tax burden. I'm like, yeah, just tax the entertainment industry. They're able to afford a 5-month strike. They can pay for their unemployment. Come on.
Well, and the other stuff, like, I think what he's doing right now is he's basically trying to create his bona fides for his future run for office, where he can say, look, see, I did all these progressive things.
Yeah.
But also I'm not too crazy progressive. Look, I vetoed this bill about, taking into account misgendering and dead naming when it comes to custody cases for trans kids.
Oh, did he do that?
Yep, he did.
Jeez.
He did that. He also just vetoed regulation that would require a human operator to be in autonomous trucking, trucks, because that's the next thing that they're trying to get off the ground. They're trying to get the trucking industry automated.
Yeah, because that's working so well with Tesla cars. They certainly, look, if you come I imagine probably a lot of those coders come from the video game industry, so it makes sense that you would have a point system for different kinds of pedestrians, and you really want to go for the 50 pointers. I get it, but like, can we not? Can we just do trains? They're on tracks. They don't need to have any advanced AI to monitor like all of the conditions on the road. They just go on the tracks, and you have laws about not going on the tracks. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Also, if you wanted to automate trains more, you could. It'd probably be a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Whitmer would be like, if I had to like rank my choices, I think like Pritzker, like JB Pritzker, and then Whitmer, and then like way down on the bottom it's Newsom. But there's no one I'm really excited for in perspective for 2028.
Well, and we could have like, some dark horse show up, like, who knows? The future is unwritten, and like AOC came out of like nowhere. Like when she won her primary, nobody had heard of her at all, and now she's like one of the most known politicians in the country.
Yeah, like my when I was really scrambling for, oh God, how do we not have Biden in 2024? My pipe dream was just like, oh, AOC is going to be 35. Maybe AOC will announce a run for the presidency, and like she's popular enough where she might be able to pull that off. But I don't know that like she'd actually be able to get much done. It was mostly just like, oh God, Biden's going to be so hard to campaign for.
Yeah. Well, whenever I see people talk about how they want like a third party candidate, I'm just like, even if we grant you the impossibility that a third party candidate could get enough electoral votes to win, like the last time we had a third party candidate get electoral votes, was it like George Wallace or whatever?
Yeah.
The Nazi. So, um, in like the 70s. But like even ignoring that, even granting that impossibility that the third party candidate gets the majority of electoral votes and gets in the office, they have nobody in Washington on their side. They have nobody in Congress who's actually working with them. They are going to be on their fucking own.
Yep. It's a sticky situation, but anytime I get like a little disheartened about that, I just look at the alternative is that's right, it's fascism. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. So I think we're in a period of building political power. That's kind of what our mission is now.
Yeah.
For the meanwhile.
And like I'm sympathetic to people who are who want to vote third party. I have voted third party in the past. Unfortunately, that was in my Chud days, and I think I ended up voting for somebody who I later found out was like a literal Nazi. So that was fun for me. It was. I think it was.
You had Chud days?
Oh yeah, I had Chud days. I campaigned for Ron Paul in 2008 and 2012. So
oh my goodness.
And in 2008, after he dropped out, he endorsed Chuck Baldwin for president, who was running on the Constitution Party, and so I voted for Chuck Baldwin for president in 2008. And that guy is like a literal Nazi, so that's good for me. That's good on my conscience. Fortunately, at the time I was just throwing votes away from Romney, so it ended up not hurting anything. But yeah, but I'm sympathetic.
By the way,
and I really want ranked choice voting. So like every time I see somebody who's like really hard on the whole Cornell West thing, I'm just like, you're putting the cart before the horse. You need to support local politicians who will get ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting can't be done at the federal level because of the way our system is set up. Yep. All voting is handled by the state level. So get your state and local municipalities to enact ranked choice voting. The Green Party, if they, obviously not the Green Party, because they're literally just at this point, it seems fairly obvious. They're just a paid arm of the Kremlin. But some other third party, like if they care about actually being serious, don't run anyone for president. Endorse candidates locally who support ranked choice voting. That's your first and only priority right now if you want to vote third party. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. Well, and it's frustrating because a lot of these people, one thing I've been increasingly frustrated with of late is just how many people are just full on only about the virtue signal. They're not actually about the things they claim to be about. And, maybe that just took me, maybe that's the norm. And it just took me a really long time to figure out because I'm autistic. And when I say things, I just genuinely mean them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have ulterior motives generally. And so, or if somebody asks me, I'll just be like, yeah, this is why I said that or did that, And so it's frustrating to see people like, Brianna Joy Gray, right? Talk about, oh yeah, if you vote for Cornell West, you're sticking it to the Democrats. You're going to convince them to change. And it's just like, no, you're not going to convince them to change.
None of these people have seen Game of Thrones. Ned Stark was a cautionary tale.
Well, Ned Stark was a cautionary tale, but also just like the Democratic Party only pays attention to people who vote for them.
Yeah.
If you aren't voting for them, they don't they don't care. They do not care. Because they are all about targeting people who are likely to vote for them. End of discussion,
Yeah.
And the like you said, the only serious way you break the two-party duopoly is by fighting on the state level for ranked choice voting. And until we have that in, the vast majority of states, like any of this discussion about a third party, like, we're sticking it to the Dems, it's not serious. It's actually deeply unserious, and all it's doing is trying to be like a holier than thou signal
to everyone else in your orbit or in your audience who, oh, I agree with Brianna Joy Gray, and so I'm also a better leftist than all of you. And like, I'm so tired of it, man. I'm so tired of all of like the virtue signaling bullshit and like the co-opting of like social justice language to like make people appear holier than thou.
It's a bunch
when,
of
like,
people who are going to be the purest person in the firing line. Like, it's
like yeah, no, I mean, it's just it's frustrating, and I see it percolating down to like less overtly political things and into kind of like interpersonal like drama between people who are ostensibly all on the left, and it's just I that stuff just makes me want to gouge my eyes out. It's terrible and counterproductive, and all it does is spread more bad blood in order to, kind of a crabs in the pot situation,
Well,
or lobsters in the pot, whatever.
it's
that
crabs
analogy
in a
is.
bucket.
Okay.
Unfortunately, for a lot of those people, the people who are, standing on quote unquote principle and really sticking it to it, they don't believe anything they're saying. They are grifting for money. Like, Jimmy Dore very obviously is just a grifter. And like, it feels like he's kind of at the limit of his grift at this point too, because he's alienated anybody left on the left that hasn't already, signed on to him. And like, anytime he says something a little too leftist, like his audience, which is like full of Nazis now, are just like, well, that's it's a little too much. I don't agree with that, Jimmy. So yeah, it feels like he's peaked out, and Brianna Joy Gray, I guess, has a little bit more respectability than Jimmy Dore does at this point. But even then, it's like watching that convo between her and Kyle and Crystal, where like Kyle just laid out all of the reasons why it's like, look, here's all of the things that Biden has actually got done. Here's all of the reasons for, voting Democrat. Like he basically slam dunk. I was just like, this is his autistic hyperfocus is bringing out facts and figures, and dude is really good at it. And I'm really glad that Kyle has moved away from his whole, because like, yeah, well, he was one of the prominent Bernier busters back in 2020. So it's really good to see him moved on that. But watching Brianna like see all of that and just have like nothing to respond to, and she just pivots immediately, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of my point, where I actually don't think she has as much wiggle room as you might think, because I saw a clip of her the other day. I think I covered it yesterday, where she essentially was defending Russell Brand.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. On
the sexual assault allegations, and it's just like,
that tracks. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, she's like, if these women are just coming forward to have him, to weaponize their very real trauma to have him deplatformed, then I disagree with that. And it's just like, what are you saying? You're saying you agree that he sexually assaulted them, and you believe them, but you think it's wrong to want a rapist to be denied their platform. Like, it's so they're at the bottom of the barrel, man. Like, it's
the Onion had such a good article about this. That the headline is, "Nation could have sworn Russell Brand was already convicted sex offender."
Honestly, true. That's basically what he played in movies for like a decade.
Yeah. No, that guy. Ugh. He's always kind of given me skeevy vibes, even when like I tended to like when he was saying more like explicitly progressive populist stuff. Like, I don't know. He kind of has that Charles Manson look about him,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely went in the direction of. I mean, I don't know for sure that he had a cult, but he put out extraordinarily cult leader vibes, like if you put him in a slightly different situation, like that's what he'd be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, people in my chat are like, honestly, I really did think he was already convicted.
Yeah, no, like when I
didn't think
saw
it was
that
a
headline,
joke.
I was just that spoke truth to me because I was just like, wait, yeah, no, that makes sense. Wasn't he already? Like, was he not? I
Oh
mean, like,
god.
Hollywood the way it is, like it really wasn't until Me Too that like even if somebody was like a convicted sex offender in Hollywood, they were still like working as like a top executive sometimes. Like people would have these allegations and they wouldn't always go away, but they'd still fucking work. I mean, like Roman Polanski has been supported by so much of the Hollywood industry for decades.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like it's not worth it, guys.
Yeah.
It's just not. Like I don't know how.
And like I've seen The Pianist and I liked The Pianist, but I also watched that before I knew who Roman Polanski was, and I was like, I think it came out when I was in high school, and like now that I know about it, I'm like, oh, fuck that movie, I'm not going to watch that again. That's Roman Polanski.
Yeah. And yeah, for those of you who don't know Roman Polanski in chat because you're politically brain poisoned and don't know movies, he was a director, directed a lot of movies, also sexually assaulted a lot of like underage
A
girls.
13-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times. I do remember the first time I had an inkling that there was something going on with him was I think for The Pianist he was given an Oscar, and obviously he couldn't show up because he has been living in France for decades, because if he goes to the States he will be arrested and France refuses to extradite him because he's an autiste.
Cool.
So like I remember they gave the award to him, and then Harrison Ford was presenting it and is like, the Academy accepts this award on behalf of Roman Polanski, and then walks off stage. I was like, oh, that was weird. Why wouldn't he show up? And that was my first inkling that something was wrong there.
Yeah. Oh god. Well, speaking of movies and hopefully not like child abusers,
Yeah.
what movies have you been excited about, or like low key dreading but in a good way? Like
since I started doing movie reviews on my channel, I got the AMC Stubs A-list so I can see 3 movies a week. So I've been trying to do 3 movie reviews a week. And so it's kind of hard to like look too far out at movies that are coming up because I'm constantly looking at what's coming out next week that I can review. So you're going to have to give me a minute. Actually, hang on. I do have pull up my phone because every time I see a trailer that looks interesting, I do put it on my phone on a list called Movies to See. And there was a trailer I just saw. Godzilla -1 is coming out December 1st. And I hadn't heard about it before, but to see a Japanese Godzilla movie get a wide release in the United States, I'm very interested in that one.
Yeah. Did you see the previous one that was the previous Japanese one, Godzilla?
To be
I'm
honest,
blanking on the name.
To be honest, I don't know that I've ever actually watched a Japanese Godzilla movie all the way through. I think I've just seen the American ones, the Matthew Broderick one, and then the was it Universal ones? Godzilla 2014 and King of the Monsters and Kong v Godzilla, Dawn of Justice or whatever they called it. I don't even remember what it was called. They're fun those are fun movies. They're very schlocky, and like I kind of get the vibe. It just seems like in general for monster movies, it's all of the humans are just filler until you get to see the reptile punch something again,
Yeah, that is kind of what the genre became. But like, I would really like Godzilla is like one of my autistic special interests. But like, I would really recommend going back to the 1954 Gojira.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the first
original?
one was like a very serious commentary on like the Japan dealing with the nuclear horror. After that, it turned into a lot of schlock, but like the first one was actually like a very serious movie about it.
Yeah, the first one is like a really deep and like provocative look at this post-war World War II and like the trauma of like the nuclear bomb.
The rest, as they go on, kind of transitions into like almost like wrestling, like
Yeah.
the characters like come out and will literally do wrestling moves like when they're fighting, and it becomes very fun schlock. But Gojira or Godzilla, like amazing, absolutely you should see that. And then they really kind of brought it back with Shin Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Like it
I've
came
heard
out,
good
I
things
think,
about
like
that one too.
7 years ago.
Yeah,
But
it was a recent one.
It's very much in a similar vein to that first one, where it's kind of using Godzilla as a way of like exploring natural disaster and like kind of the raw power of like nature and how that kind of combines with like, you know, nuclear disasters as well. I really like it. It's directed by the guy who did the Neon Genesis Evangelion series, and it's really really good.
Oh, that would be
Um,
interesting.
yeah.
I haven't actually seen Evangelion. I am like a total like just if you bring up anime, I just like haven't seen basically anything. I've actually got like a show in the works with Star Panda where she just shows
Ooh.
me 3 episodes of an anime and like I literally know nothing about them. Like I was thinking like as a joke I should just call it Japanimation for the first episode to see how pissed off I can get the audience to go. I mean I watched a couple things. Like I watched actually I don't ever think I've seen an episode of Pokemon. I think I've just seen clips, but
Oh my goodness.
I did watch Yu-Gi-Oh when it was on like you know the what was it, the 4Kids edit, and I think the only anime that I can definitively say I've watched all the way through was Trigun, which I quite liked.
Oh yeah, Trigun's great.
But I kind of have, and you know, and then I've seen a bunch of the Miyazaki films and stuff like that. But I feel like for me, because my brother was such a huge weeb, and he's like, I may be autistic, he's definitely autistic, and he was unable to read the room whenever the topic of anime came up. And the best way that I can describe this is for people who know what AMVs are, anime music videos. Have you ever heard of AMV Hell?
No.
Okay, AMV Hells were these series of like basically it's like AMV YouTube poops, okay?
Oh god, that sounds like the worst thing.
And he would show those to my grandma to try and get her into anime. My grandma, who was alive during World War II. And I'm just like, dude, these jokes you had to explain to me. What are you doing?
Yeah, I've also never seen any of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Mostly because I was put off by how creepy people were about like the teenagers in it.
Well, isn't that just kind of a thing, like, just with anime in general? Like, Japan kind of has, like, a whole problem with the Lolita thing anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
And it's difficult, too, because it's, like, you know, it's more ingrained in their culture, which means it's harder to engage with media from Japan without seeing that stuff, but it also means, like, if you're going to have a hard line, I won't watch anything like that, then you are cutting yourself off from a lot of Japanese culture. And like their stuff is like, okay, yes, it's going to be in there. You should be prepared to have to groan through it. But there's like still good art that you can get from it otherwise, right?
Well, and there's like a line because there is some anime where like it's very clearly like from the perspective of like, you know, a 16-year-old boy who's like horny for 16-year-old girls, you know, like, and like it's understandable in that context, but like,
and American culture has had a lot of that too. I mean, like,
yeah,
you know, the era I grew up in, we had like, you know, the teen sex comedies were all the rage, you know, like American Pie and stuff. Those people are all in high school, but it's a sex comedy. I mean, they're all seniors, they're all 18, so it's legal, but it's still, you have kids in high school, and that's the sex comedy what it's about. So like America's not immune in that regard.
Yeah. Well, and the other aspect is there are some anime who that like tackle it in a tasteful way,
and some that absolutely don't. And like, just you gotta, sometimes you're gonna turn on an anime and you're gonna see one that does not handle it in a tasteful way, and that's your cue to nope the fuck out of that show, because it's going to be gross all the way through.
Yeah.
But yeah, the oh god, it's also good because anime is kind of maturing a bit more, to the point where like the anime series themselves make fun of people like that, who fetishize kind of like the, you know, the panty shots and whatnot that
Yeah.
plagued a lot of anime, like, you know, of the like 2010s, you know, 2000 to 2012, 14, some like that era of anime.
I don't pay attention to anime that much, so like you would know
Oh.
better than I would, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would recommend Konosuba, if that ever comes up. It's basically It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but an anime, and it makes fun of nerdy losers who live in their basement,
I think I saw-
fetishizing anime.
I think I saw there was like a tweet about that where somebody was comparing an anime to Always Sunny. I feel like it might have been that one.
Yeah.
Let's see, what other movies am I looking forward to that are coming out soon? Oh, Killers of the Flower Moon is Scorsese's next film, and it is about a series of murders that took place on the Osage Reservation in like I want to say the 20s or 30s or something like that. Basically, it was a reservation where it turned out that they had oil. And so they were able to make a lot of money, but of course white men are like, oh, no, I don't know. We didn't know there was oil there when we gave you that land. We kind of want it back now. So that one should be interesting. I'm curious to see how well Scorsese handles a story where traditionally Scorsese has been telling stories about Italian mobsters. And
Yeah.
I know there was a comment that he had said when they were like working on the movie that he realized he had to go back to the drawing board with the story because he was just telling the white man's story in about, you know, a bunch of Native Americans who were being murdered for oil, and realized he needed to make them more of a focus. It's, you know, it's a Scorsese film, so it's starring DiCaprio and De Niro, of course. But Lily Gladstone, a lot of people are saying she's kind of the heart of the film. So I am curious to see how good that is. I do know that it's going to be a super long movie. I think there was going to be like a director's cut of it that's released either to streaming or home video or whatnot. But the theatrical run right now, I think, is going to be at 3.5 hours. So I really fucking hope he puts in an intermission.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I was also very curious about that because of Scorsese. Scorsese has not really, you know, focused that much on like Native American culture, and so I was actually wondering about how he'd be able to handle that. You'll have to let me know.
The trailers all look great. Like I look at it and I say this looks amazing, but I also don't know if Scorsese can handle the material. Scorsese's a great director, but he has his niche, and this looks like it might be stepping slightly outside of that. I mean, it's still, you know, it's a story about like, you know, a crime spree, so that's definitely right up his that's up his alley, but it's not about Italian mobsters, so I am curious where he goes with it.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts at all about Wonka?
The trailers make me think it looks horrible, but I am cautiously optimistic because it's by the guy who did Paddington.
Yeah, I'm very torn because I saw the trailers and I was just like,
the trailer looks dog shit, but
this looks so bad. But then I love Paddington. Paddington 1 and 2 are like unironically amazing movies.
Full disclosure, I have not seen the Paddington movies, but I have heard that Paddington 2 is one of the best films of all time, like unironically. And it makes me want to go see them. Oh, I believe it.
I started bawling at that goddamn bear. Yeah.
Yeah.
You should check out Paddington 2. It's quite delightful.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. Let's see, what else do I have on my list? Well, I guess I mean, I watch everything MCU. Actually, I think Loki season 2 has just premiered like 2 hours ago, so I'm gonna need to take a look at that. But the Marvels is coming out next month, and I don't know how I feel about that one. I was the biggest MCU fanboy for a very long time. But it really feels like after Endgame, things have really lacked direction, and it feels like they have just turned into a factory that's churning out mediocre product. And so I am less enthused about stuff than I would have been like 5 years ago, which is a shame because like I really think Infinity War and Endgame are legitimately amazing films. Infinity War especially. Like I'm trying to remember the last time that I saw a villain protagonist handled that well, because Thanos is the main character of Infinity War. Like objectively, he is the protagonist of that film. It is his story from start to finish, and he wins. And I have a problem with cliffhangers in general, because it feels like you have written yourself into a corner, and people almost never write cliffhangers knowing how it's going to resolve. But I think Infinity War kind of avoids that because Thanos is the main character, because he wins. Sure, the half of the universe, their lives are hanging in the balance. We don't know what's going to happen to them, and so that's going to be resolved, in the next movie. But for Thanos, he fucking won. He did it. And so that's why I think that works so well. Gotta love that movie.
Also, like, I gotta say, one of the most delightful moments I've ever had in a theater was watching Avengers Endgame and realizing they were gonna do Back to the Future, but with Avengers characters. And I had managed to go in completely blind, and I was just like, oh fuck yeah, this is great.
Well, they also they were very light on the promotional material. Like the trailers that they showed, like all of the footage that they showed in the trailers were from the first like 15 minutes of the movie. They wanted people to know like we aren't telling you anything. And like, that it was going to be a time travel plot had been leaked. So like people who were really in the know and looking for those leaks, they knew that it was going to be a time travel movie, but really they were pretty good at keeping a tight lid on what Endgame was going to end up being.
Yeah, it's I have to say, I think where like Marvel went wrong is after Endgame. I think they really needed to break it down and start relatively fresh with like standalone like hero stories.
Yeah.
Like they did in phase 1, because like Falcon needed and still needs like a movie.
Well, he's getting. Like, I mean, the Captain America 4 is going to be coming out, so like because Falcon is Captain America now, so he's getting a movie. But every Captain America film has just been an Avengers Light film, right? And that's almost like every film now is just like every single Marvel film is a team up film now. Like when the Avengers happened, that was like unheard of at that point to have like a big team up film like that. With, I mean, obviously we've had team movies. We had the X-Men, we had the Fantastic Four, right? But this was the first time we had seen them come together from different movies. And so it was new and it was exciting to see it all come to fruition. But now it is that movie came out 11 years ago, and every movie is now the Avengers, and so it loses some of its appeal.
Yeah, and it seemed like Endgame just seemed like such a final.
If the MCU had ended there, if the MCU had just stopped and they were just like, okay, we're just wrapping up, Marvel Studios is done, we did it, I would have been like, yes, thank you. And on a high note, that's fantastic. Like, and I tell people now, I'm like, don't watch after Endgame. Just Endgame is good. You're good. Like, I'm gonna continue watching because, like, I'm a sucker and I kind of hope that it'll get better. But I have really been souring on the MCU.
Yeah, it just seems like if I were given charge of Marvel, like it just seems like the logical step would be Endgame, and then you do nothing for like 4 years, you know, 5, and then you start production on like standalone movies to kind of like build up again like a team of characters that that people like, but are completely new, or at the very least characters we didn't know very well. And instead what we are getting is just kind of this constant stream of stuff.
Well,
And like I don't know
some
what to
of
do with
some
that.
of the MCU Disney Plus shows have been new characters that they're trying to build up, but I feel like they picked the exact wrong episode count for all of the MCU shows, because at 6 episodes, it's like, okay, that's just a movie with a little additional filler. It just feels like, yeah, this could have just been a movie. It's not long enough to feel like it merits being a TV show. Well, and every single one of them follows the same formula where like the 5th episode is the one where, you know, the hero's at his darkest moment, but then he gets the costume and gets ready for the big fight at the next episode, and then the next episode is the big fight, and that's it, and the episode ends. And a lot of these ones, it's like every episode is like not even 40 minutes, and it's just like, just make a movie.
Well, yeah, well, and it's there's a cynical part of me, and I think that this might be the case, where they launched Disney Plus and then they realized, oh, or even, you know, before that, the plan was to initially to just have these series be movies. And instead they decided to, you know, film more stuff, chop them up into, you know, 6-episode series, and then put them on Disney Plus as like the, you know, the main draw for streaming content on the platform. And I think that that's genuinely what happened.
So one thing you have to consider with Disney Plus's launch is that it launched in November of 2019, which is right before COVID hit. And so a lot of the shows that they had in the pipes that were going to come out in the next couple months all got delayed. So yeah, like Falcon and the Winter Soldier was supposed to be the first Disney Plus show. It was supposed to come out summer of 2020, but summer of 2020 nothing was coming out because nobody was making anything. And it, you know, when you look at it, it's like, okay, well, because it's a fairly standard, okay, yes, this is like a Marvel movie, but just a little longer. Honestly, I think it was good that Falcon and the Winter Soldier got delayed and they put out WandaVision first, because WandaVision is like genuinely one of the actual good things to have come out of phase 4 or phase. I mean, it's a phase 4 show. We're in phase 5 now, technically. I don't even. Avengers movie.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does it mean? If phases are supposed to end on an Avengers movie, and we haven't had an Avengers movie since Endgame, so what the fuck? But. And I still hate the way WandaVision ended with the standard, okay, now it's time for the bad superhero with the powers and the good superhero with the same powers to do the same fight and shoot different colored lasers at each other or whatever. Like you know, it had a shitty ending, but God, every single episode of that where they were actually doing the sitcom stuff and the attention to detail that they went into to make it feel like an authentic episode of that era, like the first episode, which is like, you know, it is a very Dick Van Dyke Show, I Love Lucy style series, where all of the effects are practical. Like she's, you know, trying to cook a dinner for the husband's boss, and she's like having things float around in the kitchen, and they're all on wires, and you can tell they're all on wires even though they painted the wires out because they're dangling like they're all on wires. And it's like everything was practical there, and it's like, oh, it was so good, so much attention to detail with that. And now where is any of that? Now it's all okay, here is Marvel product. I have consumed Marvel products. Wait 3 months for next Marvel product to consume.
Yeah, it is it's frustrating in particular because some of the ideas and some of what is being delivered is really good, but it doesn't feel part of like a coherent strategy at all. You know, like Shang-Chi came out a while ago, and it just seems like.
Does anybody remember it?
I liked it a lot.
I had
But
fun with it. But like
they
yeah,
never did anything with it.
he hasn't come back. Like they did the whole tease where there's like, oh, there's something to these rings, and like, you know, he met with like the B team, the Avengers that are still around, like now that the main six are gone. Or I guess he met with Hulk at least, but like
Yeah.
nobody else is around anymore. But then it was just like, okay, now he's just, yeah, we haven't heard anything
All right.
from him since. I guess we might see him. I'm guessing we're probably not even going to see him until the next Avengers movie actually comes out. Like, what else has been announced that's going to have Simu Liu in it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had Multiverse of Madness, where it was fun to see like Sam Raimi doing silly stuff.
Yeah. But I feel like I feel like that movie could have been a lot better than it was. I do appreciate
absolutely.
I do appreciate that, like, because you know, Marvel movies all tends to look fairly samey, and I do appreciate that if you're going for Sam Raimi, you want to make a fucking Sam Raimi movie, and they did let him make a Sam Raimi movie, but it's still
not
has
enough Sam Raimi.
Yeah, it's still,
you know,
it still kind of has the MCU stink on it, and
yeah,
especially the ending.
let
Holy
him-
shit, that ending was so fucking stupid.
let him do his thing. like just let him loose.
Yeah.
Which is just real quick, like that's the other thing is I feel like not only should they have been grabbing, you know, their IPs for like more standalone projects that they hyped up more, but also let the directors that you're grabbing like do the directing without like ironing it all out into like the same thing.
Yeah, so the Marvel process is that all of the fight scenes are usually all planned out by the VFX team often before they even have the director. The director, they always go with like indie directors who have like some critically acclaimed film that's been making the indie circuit. They're like, okay, you get to direct the human scenes and we'll handle all of the VFX. And I really appreciate that Ryan Coogler fought against that. He said, no, when I make Black Panther, I'm bringing my guys in. We're going to do this. And Black Panther, I think, really fucking holds up because of that.
Yeah.
It really feels like it has, I mean, it still has some Marvel third act problems. A lot of that VFX was very rushed. But for a lot of it, it feels like it has a distinct identity and isn't just next Marvel product.
Yeah. I just, it really, it feels like they need to be taking more risks than they are, especially considering that they're introducing new characters. Like, you know, make smaller movies. You don't have to. Every one of these doesn't have to be a $300 million movie.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what James Gunn does with the DCU. Because DC is kind of in a weird transitory period. I don't fucking know for the life of me why they pushed out The Flash but canceled Batgirl. Like, it legitimately felt to me like that was a decision made above James Gunn's pay grade, that they were like, no, we have to have The Flash. We have to have 2 Ezra Millers in this movie. It's very important that this violent, abusive asshole who groomed a minor be in the movie twice. But we can't show Batgirl. But like a lot of the movies that are coming out now are like were already in the pipes before James Gunn was like signed on as the DCU director. And like the first thing that he's like, the first thing that will actually be like mine is like an animated show that I don't even remember the name of it, but it feels very much like a James Gunn thing. It's like, here's a bunch of like monster animal characters from the DC canon that are all teaming up together, which like, you know, for him, Guardians, like, he likes taking weird obscure characters and finding the humanity in them, in these non-human characters. And like, you know what, him getting briefly fired from Disney was the best thing that ever happened to his career, because the Suicide Squad, have you seen the Suicide Squad?
Oh, it's so fucking good.
It's so good. And Peacemaker, I'll be honest, I've only seen like half of Peacemaker. I don't know why I haven't finished it because I loved it all. I just I think I just had too many things shuffling and I just kind of forgot to finish it. But like, oh god, I love James Gunn, and like, you know, I've been talking shit about, you know, phases 4 and 5, but Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was so fucking good. Did you see the Volume 3? I legitimately cried. There's one line that if anybody has seen Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I'm about to re-traumatize you because it's Rocket Thief's Floor Go Now. And if you know, if you've heard that line, if you've seen the movie, you're going to, I have re-traumatized you. You're welcome.
Yeah, like I understand why they put James Gunn in charge of DC.
Yes.
My main question is just like, is there a cohesive plan for anything from DC? Because
James Gunn definitely seems like he has. He's saying that he has one. And James Gunn tends to be fairly upfront and open about what it is he is doing. He tends to be somebody whose word I trust on when he says something. Like, he, you know, you have a lot of creatives who are just very hands off and don't talk, but like, he will answer questions on Twitter all the time, and he will like directly go after like leakers and stuff like that, who's like, I've got a scoop on this, and James Gunn's like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. None of this is true. And so he has built in my mind a bit of a reputation that, you know, like I am willing to extend him a pretty large amount of faith that that he's got something, and he's going to be directing the new Superman movie. And I am pissed off that they got Henry Cavill back, and they were like, you can announce that you're back as Superman, and then James Gunn is like, okay, well, actually, I want to do a new Superman thing. So no, you're not back as Superman. That does piss me off that Henry Cavill got screwed over that way. But like, it was leaked that Crypto is going to be in the new Superman movie, and if anybody else was making this movie, I'd be like, don't fucking do Crypto. But James Gunn, I'm like, no, he knows how to do Crypto. I have faith that he can do Crypto. And
I saw what he did with that dog in Volume 3.
Yeah, and and in terms of like, you know, James Gunn having worked with Marvel for so long, DC has sorely needed their own Kevin Feige, and I think that James Gunn could definitely be that for them. But what we've seen from James Gunn in DC is the Suicide Squad and Peacemaker. Those are both great, but we have not actually seen any of the overarching plan for the DCEU, and like, they're doing their own phases. I think he's calling them chapters, but the first chapter isn't even out yet. Like, I guess with the Flash movie, like, that ends with the Flash like changing the timeline permanently, and I guess that's the explanation for why things are different going forward, but I have no idea. It's kind of like piecemeal, like Aquaman is still going to be, you know, Jason Momoa, and Gal Gadot is still going to be Wonder Woman, I guess. But so it's kind of hard to tell what stays and what goes, and where the definitive start of everything is.
Yeah.
I think James Gunn is going to have to be spinning a lot of plates to get this to work. And I don't know that he will pull it off, but like, I have faith in him to try.
Yeah, like, one of the things that DC has always had going for it is that I feel like the DC properties are just a lot weirder than some of the stuff Marvel had, you know? Like, did you ever see the Swamp Thing show that they put out and like basically threw into the garbage can as soon as it came out?
I never watched it. I do know that Alan Moore had a very successful run on Swamp Thing, and I think that's where the character of John Constantine was introduced, which I fucking love Constantine. If they bring Constantine into the DCU, I'm just saying, just bring Matt Ryan back. Matt Ryan is John Constantine. He plays him so well.
But like the Swamp Thing show that they introduced, and also the not Suicide Squad, the other squad, the oh god, what's it called? It had Brendan Fraser in it. I'm blanking again.
Yeah. Why am I blanking on it? Why can't I remember the name of it? I've never seen the show. I was watching Titans and I like watched the episode that was the backdoor pilot for it. Why can't I remember it?
Robot Man. I just googled Robot Man.
Doom Patrol. There we go.
Doom Patrol absolutely rules. It's so good, and like I feel like Doom Patrol is kind of like the what James Gunn could do to the DC universe, but on like a much smaller scale. You know, like James Gunn could blow something that weird up into like a multi-billion-dollar franchise.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And that's definitely seems like the kind of thing that he would take. Honestly, if they hadn't made Doom Patrol already, I would very much put good money on James Gunn going, I've got the DCU now. I'm going to make Doom Patrol. But it's already like, I don't imagine he's going to remake Doom Patrol right now. I think he wants to go with, you know, like obviously the big thing, of course, he's going to have Superman and Batman get movies and stuff like that because people are always going to go see Batman movies. But he wants to go with untapped potential in the DC canon. And
and just to give people an idea of like how weird things can get, like in Doom Patrol, one of the best characters is just a sentient traveling street. And you might be wondering, how the hell is that even a character? But it is. It's one of the most delightful characters I've ever encountered in anything, and I love Danny. And that's not even the weirdest thing in that show. And so like I was just looking at kind of the slate of James Gunn stuff coming. So there's like a Superman Legacy, which seems to be like the reboot of Superman.
Yeah.
Then there's The Authority, which
it's my understanding The Authority is like kind of like a deconstruct. The Authority to me, to my understanding, is very much similar to like The Boys in some aspects, but I don't really know much more about it than that.
The Authority seems very similar to Doom Patrol in that it's about a group of superheroes with really weird powers. Like the one I'm seeing as given an example of is a character named Jack Hawksmoor, who is psychically bonded to cities and draws his strength from like the collective will of those cities.
Well, that actually that sounds like an interesting power. Just like, I draw my power from being around more people. It's like, you know, I haven't seen DBZ, but what is it like? Give up your, like everyone raise your hands for the spirit bomb or something like that. What else is in the DCU slate? Let me see.
They have Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I
wonder if they're gonna keep. I wonder if they're gonna. Brave and the Bold is gonna be the Batman movie, and I think James Gunn said that's going to have Damian Wayne as Robin. So,
oh, cool.
Which like, I really want to see Robin done well in film. Like DC and Warner Brothers in particular has been allergic to having Robin in a Batman movie. The last time we had Robin in a Batman movie was Batman and Robin in '97. I mean, you can point to Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character in The Dark Knight Rises, but he wasn't actually Robin. They just threw that in at the end to be like, you know, oh, you should use your first name, Robin. Robin isn't actually Robin's first name. That's his title. Yeah. Like, you know, there's never been a Robin in the comics who was named Robin. So and then like when Zack Snyder got control, he just decided Robin's already dead. Like
yep.
Oh god. Zack Snyder I think he watched my debate with the Snyder bro.
I did. That was some wild stuff.
Yeah. Zack Snyder, like, I feel like he's often on the cusp of good ideas that he just doesn't put in the legwork to fully develop. I think there is great potential for a movie about a Batman that kills, but you can't do it lazily.
Well,
I would
okay.
love to see a story in which, after Joker has killed Jason Todd, Batman snaps and starts killing people. I think that could be a fantastic story, but you have to tell that story intentionally.
I think there's actually a lot of potential. Did you ever watch the animated show Batman Beyond?
I did not, but I've heard it's great.
Okay. Yeah, the concept is essentially
He retired because he
Bat-
pulled a gun on someone, right?
Yeah, like he like or potentially even killed people. And then his secret kind of gets discovered by this new guy, and he becomes effectively the mentor for this new Batman. And it's kind of set in like near future, and there are a lot of really cool concepts in that I think would translate really well to kind of like a live action reboot where you could explore elements of like, you know, what does it mean for like Batman, you know, aged and looking back on his life to have like made that decision,
Yeah,
versus like the new Batman who is now like being tempted down that same path. I think there are ways you could do that in a really interesting way with that as kind of the framework.
yeah. I don't know that would necessarily fit in the DCU plan, but James Gunn fortunately has, you know, made allowances for stuff outside of the general canon, because he said anything that is not explicitly in the DCU main canon will be labeled Elseworlds. So like Matt Reeves' the Batman series is going to be an Elseworlds story, right? That's his
cool.
own thing. And I think that's a great way to go about it, because I have always enjoyed that DC is perfectly happy with telling stories outside of continuity. And sometimes they're able to bring some of that stuff out. Like, I'm pretty sure that the Killing Joke was written as like a one-off that was kind of an Elseworlds, because like depending on how you read that story, Batman kills Joker at the end. And so obviously that's in the canon that didn't happen, but Barbara Gordon did become paralyzed. So, you know, at least that aspect of the story made it into the main canon. So I think there's good opportunity to play with canon and be like, this is going to be its own thing. And then you get great stories like Superman Red Sun. I would love to see them adapt Superman Red Sun. Have you read that one?
I haven't read it, but I know of it.
Yeah, it's for people who don't know, Superman Red Sun is basically, what if Superman's spaceship arrived 12 hours later to Earth, and so instead of landing in Kansas, it landed in Ukraine, and in like the 20s. So Superman comes to power in the Soviet Union, and he's Stalin's right-hand man, and it's a very, very interesting story. Oh God, I love that story. And you know, it's one of the few ones where you get to see what Superman would do as a political agent. And certainly many writers have written him in that way to some degree. I mean, like his classic, you know, motto was truth, justice, and the American way. So you had the jingoism there, but like him acting explicitly as like the leader of, because after Stalin dies, he becomes the leader of the Soviet Union. And God, it's such a
Superman.
He becomes leader of the Soviet Union, and Lex Luthor becomes president of the United States to fight him. And oh God, it's such a good story. But yes, quite literally tanky Superman. I would love to see them adapt to that. Did they do an animated adaptation of that? I feel like they might have.
I think they might have. I mean, it sounds like it rings a bell. I know it was at least in the works.
Yes, they did it in 2020. I should watch that, see how it holds up, because I've just read the comic.
Also, like, kind of, to the point of like having fun with it and just like throwing weird stuff at the wall. Apparently, they're also going to have a Booster Gold series.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
Which is very fun. He's a time traveler who just makes all of his stuff out of current day technology.
His
And,
idea is, well, if I go back in the past, I can do cool stuff and people will think I'm a cool superhero, but he's like actually a
Yep.
total loser from his time. Well,
Yeah.
I did just see Blue Beetle this summer, and I know Booster Gold and Blue Beetle have long in the comics been teamed up, so it might be interesting to do that. Although this version of Blue Beetle is not Ted Kord, it's Jaime Reyes, so but like I don't think that
how
matters.
was Blue Beetle?
What?
How was Blue Beetle?
It was fine. It wasn't like anything amazing, but like I thought it was. I thought it was a lot of fun. I I'm curious to see because I think that was the first like. I think they said that's the first one that is in fact in the new DCU timeline. And the way
Okay.
it's written, like I mean, they like briefly mention that Batman exists because like George Lopez, the uncle character, he says Batman's a fascist. But aside from that, you watch it and you're like, this could fit in any timeline. It doesn't really matter. But it does kind of have a bit of a generic feel to it. I did really like the family in that movie because like it's I think it's the first Latino led superhero movie, it's my understanding. And so just seeing the family dynamics in that. I wouldn't have cast George Lopez as the crazy uncle because I think he plays it a little too obnoxious. But other than that, I liked the movie. It was all right.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was considering like going to see it, but like you'd recommend it for like a rental?
Yeah, or if it's on streaming, just if you pull it up, then it's on probably on Max because it's not HBO
Yeah.
Max anymore. It's probably on Max. Yeah.
Wait, what do you you know, you pay attention to this stuff maybe a bit more than I do. Like
Uh-huh.
what do you think about them removing the HBO branding from Max?
It's the stupidest decision possible. David Zaslav has done nothing but like fail after fail after fail at Warner Brothers. Like I don't know that David Zaslav is like one of the big supervillains in Hollywood right now. Like he's the one who killed Batgirl. He's the one who was just like, we're gonna pull a bunch of old animated stuff off of Max. Like, dude, you're in charge of Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers literally did Looney Tunes. Warner Brothers was like the animation studio other than Disney. What the fuck are you doing abandoning animation like that?
Yeah.
You have the canon. You have fucking Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny, the only character, like, if you go back in time to rival Mickey Mouse in terms of being an iconic cartoon, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's I just it was such a baffling move. I thought maybe I was being the stupid one for just not getting it. Like
No.
I was missing something, but that doesn't seem
David
the case.
Zaslav doesn't care about the entertainment industry. He cares solely about increasing shareholder revenue. And every action that he has done has not been to make good products for the general audience. It has been to look at balance sheets and go, could we make more money if we shit can this $70 million superhero movie as a tax write-off? And if you're making that kind of decision, you should not be in charge of an entertainment company.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's you know the cannibalism of capitalism.
Yeah. God.
Well, I've had a really lovely time talking.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Again. Let's do this again soon.
Yeah.
I really, really enjoyed it.
I've been trying to put together some kind of like a game night stream or something like that. I'm just trying to figure out what games I could get a bunch of people to play. I kind of want to do like a Super Mario Party stream, but like
That'd be so much fun.
Yeah, if you've got Super Mario Party, I would love to do that. I know I've got like Tipster and Sage Alexis are both on board on that one, and I would just need a fourth.
Yeah, I'd buy Super Mario Party for that.
Nice. Okay. Well, maybe I'll hit you up on that one then.
Sounds good. You all, you have a good night.
Oh yeah, and shout yourself out for my stream, and then I will do the same for yours.
Yes. Sorry, I was up very late last night.
That's fine.
I'm so tired. Hello everybody. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. You can follow me over on twitch.tv/riverboatjack or youtube.com/riverboatjack or riverboat.gg. And we'd love to see you. And I love chatting with new folks. So come on over if that seems like a fun thing to do.
And I'm Gayfish. I am a cartoon clownfish with the bisexual flag colors. I do movie reviews. I talk about the entertainment industry. I do a lot of strike coverage. You can find me youtube.com/gayfesh, and actually you can find all of my links at gayfesh.com. I don't have a White Forest site yet, so right now that just redirects to an all my links page. But if you want to know where to find me, gayfesh.com, you can find everything there.
All right. Well, also, people in my chat have just been talking about how cute your VTube avatar is, and so excellent clownfish avatar.
Yeah, I've been thinking. I've got some other stream expenses that I need to take care of first, but at some point I do want to commission Glooby, who drew this, to do some more poses so that I can, change things up a bit, get some more emoting out of this guy. But yeah.
Well, been an absolute pleasure. You have a good night.
You too. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right. What a lovely conversation that has been. Let me go ahead and get some... Oh, here. First, let me clear the text. I'm gonna do some video games. Also, hello, Amps. I know you all raided in during a conversation, so I wasn't able to directly talk to you all, but welcome in. How was Demon Mama's stream? I caught a bit of it. I caught her conversation with, I forgot his name already, and I was watching a bit of her coverage of that BreadTube has a patriarchy problem. But how did everything go there? How was your stream? I am getting my game up. Give me a second. I don't know. Hang on. You might be able to hear that already. No. Hang on. Give me a second. You can definitely hear that, but I don't have the window captured yet. There we go. Good. We're gonna play some Fez. I was playing this on stream last time, but we're gonna get back into it. Lucky Outer says that's why there's so many people now. Yeah, Demon Mama raided in during that conversation. All right. You love the bubbles? Yeah. Okay, so that's right. This is where I left off last time. So this is a special puzzle room, and I have in my possession these maps. Now, I wasn't sure what these symbols mean. There is a little symbol here. No, it doesn't capture the cursor. So that C thing right there, that's actually, it turns out to be a number. And so what I need to do is I think I need to enter these doors in the correct order. And this is the first one. So I need to find the side that correlates. So that's got 3. That's a 1, 2, and then 3. So it's this one. Okay. So no. Wait, bottom corner. But that doesn't even show up. Oh, wait, no. There we go. I hadn't scrolled all the way down. There we go. Okay, next up. Second. That is the second. Okay, and we go down through here. And that's one. Oops. I think that's 3. And hang on. That's 4. So that's 3. And it was it? Yeah, okay, it's this one. And then the last one is this. There we go. Ooh. Oh, there's a chest all the way over there. Hang on, can I swim in this or is that gonna kill me? I can swim in this. But can I jump up there is the real question. I can. Hey, what do we got in here? What the hell is this? You have found an ancient artifact. Unbelievable. So the legends were true. They did come here. Alright, what is this artifact? Well, okay, so that's those giant people that I talked to at the beginning. It's a skull of theirs. Okay. Well, that's fancy. Okay, we swim this way. Oh, actually, hang on. I realized I was still recording the VOD, but I don't have any more segments to do today, so let's turn that off. There we go. Alright, sorry. Now let me just check the map and make sure. Okay, that's everything there. Let's return. Oh, I need to climb up the vines. There we go. Fez is such a cute game. It's such a creative game. Okay. I need to find doors I have not gone through. That's the door I have not gone through. By the way, if you haven't yet, feel free to give the video a like, and if you enjoyed my conversation with Riverboat Jack and you want to see more stuff from me, give me a subscribe. Also, if you are feeling super generous, you'll notice that I have up top a little dono goal for a new chair, because right now, my computer chair broke and I am sitting on a dining room chair. I do have a memory foam pad on it, so it's not as uncomfortable as it could be, but I do need like a proper actual computer chair. So if you're feeling so generous and you are inclined to want to give me money, there is a link. Both it shows up in the stream chat. Stream Elements has it there, but it's also a link in the description of the video itself. Any amount that you give me would be greatly appreciated. Okay, you are a bum. Okay, and I can just go straight through there and jump on up. Yo tengo no dinero? That's okay. Your company is also appreciated. I am getting closer to being able to monetize my channel. I need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. And my Brianna Wu video last week did really well. It got me a lot of subscribers and a lot of watch hours. Honestly, still passively, it's still giving me a lot of watch hours. So I feel like I'm getting pretty close there. This raid definitely helped too. Once I do that, I should be able... Actually, let me double check. Oh, I want to get that first. But yeah, I've been grinding away at this for a while, and I feel like I am almost at the point where I can monetize the channel. Quinn says it looks kind of like Celeste. Well, it's a pixel game, but it's very different from Celeste. Celeste is very much like a pro platforming kind of a game. Like the focus is really on that, high-end platforming, whereas this game is more of a puzzler, where it's about, changing your perspective to navigate interesting. It's about flattening a 3D world to 2D so that you can move in ways that you wouldn't be able to if it was just straight 3D, which I think is a very clever way of making a game. Let's see. Okay, I think that... Hang on, how many cubes do I have? I have 24 plus 3. I need 32 to end main game and then unlock new game plus, where I can get the rest of them. I am planning on doing it's not a 100% run. It's the way that the game measures everything. Once you've got 32 cubes, that's 100%. So the actual 100% run is actually 209.4%, I think. Don't ask me why it comes up with that answer, but that is kind of what I would like to go for. And probably for some of that, I'm going to need to pull up some guides for, because there's some there's some stuff that people still have not been able to find out the actual in-game hints for. There was like one artifact that they basically just had to brute force the solution. So that's quite interesting, I think. Hey, where'd my things go? There'd my things go. I'm looking at the map, seeing where to go. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I need to go up there still. So why don't I take the portal back to the main area and then head on from there. Lucky Otter says, what's the narrative about? You are a little 2D guy living in a 2D world until you discover a cube and talk to some giant alien things, and it unlocks the third dimension once you get the fez, but then this giant cube shatters and you need to collect all of the individual pieces of it. But there's a lot of the story that is told just through, like, code that that fans have had to decipher over the years. Like, there is a Rosetta Stone in here where you can read the alien language, where I think it literally is, like, you just see a fox jumping over a dog, and then you realize it's the quick brown fox jumped over the no, it's not yellow dog, it's lazy dog, right? And you realize, oh, the pillar that's there spells out quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, because that has every single letter in the alphabet. So you're able to do the substitution cipher there and translate stuff. But there's a lot of just like little hints and everything that you need to work out. Okay, so I think I want to go up. Hang on, where is everything? Okay, I go up like here. And then we do the bounce. Whoop. That was weird that I bounced off it, but then I did the spin and it moved me not underneath it. Yeah, like there's this whole pillar that you should be able to decipher it, but I don't know what the language is. But hang on, you've got something to tell me. What's up? Huh? I wonder what this is. Well, it is a pillar. I don't know what the pillar means, so. Now, how do I get up here? Is the question. Because I don't see a way to jump up that high. It is a mystery. Now, if I were able to decipher the writings on that pillar, I'd be able to. But for now, I think I'm just going to go through the door. Yeah, like, look at that. I love just... Because, like, here, it's like... You just see it. It's like, oh, well, of course I can jump over here. But in 3D space, they're so far over. You're just breaking... It's like how a 4-dimensional being would interact with 3-dimensional space. But converted to a 2D, 3D view instead. So, how do I reach this? Oops. Aha, that's what I need to do. Oh, would you look at that? It's like a throne thing. And there's a door on the side here. I'm definitely going to take a look at that door. But I want to sit in the throne itself. Oh, that was interesting. That just knocked me out. Okay. Let's go get that door. What is in here? Ooh. What does it mean? I can't remember. Okay. Trying to decipher these things should be interesting. Is it telling me I need to build these shapes with these things? I genuinely don't know. Yeah, I think this one... Well, let's see what happens if I can build one of these shapes. Actually, let me reset that. There we go. Because you can get... Yeah, let's see what I can get. Hold on. Let's move you. Oh dear. I don't like that I was pushing that. That is weird. Well, all right. Let's grab you. Well, that's one of the shapes, but I genuinely... How complicated can these puzzles get? Yeah, I legitimately don't even know how to start. I was just making one of the shapes here to see if that would do anything. And it doesn't look like it did. But also, it doesn't look like these things are lined up the right way. What happens if I push you guys like this? Yeah, that is super weird. I genuinely don't know. We have to make a pair? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna pass on this one. For some of these, when I 209.4%, I am gonna have to just look up the guide. But at least, oop, I can't make that. Oh dear, and that sucks me in. Okay, let's jump up here. That's safer. And then just jump down this way. And then just go in through this door. It's like it's not like Minecraft. Just because it's pixely and blocky doesn't mean it's like Minecraft. It is very different from Minecraft, okay? Oh, there's a little wormy guy there. He's coming after me. Hello, little wormy guy. I love you. Little caterpillar. He's a friend. Gimme. Are there any other doors? Nope. Is there anything? There's a secret in here, I'm sure. Because my little guy is like... I can't remember what this is. Yeah, I think those pillars, they might actually unlock something during New Game Plus, but I can't do anything with them right now, I don't think. Lucky Outer says, what the fuck, I don't remember typing that. Uh-oh. Hey! I have unlocked a whole new thing. Wait a second. This place looks familiar. Because I've gone through the 16 cube door, and this place looks like that, but not in ruins, and it had full of people. It was full of people. Is there like a time travel elements to this game? Because I have definitely been to this place, just not in ruins. It was full of... had a civilization there. Let's go into this guy. Hey, Sai, welcome back. You missed my conversation with Riverboat Jack. It went really well, and I had a Demon Mama raid, so we've got a lot of viewers in right now. But welcome back to the Land of the Awake. I am playing Fez again. Dude, that killed me. That alived me. Now, what do you do? That's what you do. Oh, this is what I need to do. And jump. Okay. Before I go elsewhere, let me see what's on this island. There's a door here. But there's also got to be something up top. Oh no! There we go. So this is like a timer for how long this stuff is up. Hey, look at that. There's a cube up there. I will have you, cube. You will be mine, and you will be my cube. There we go. Oh no. I died. Let's try this again. I do want to get down to that thing. Okay, so there's like a whole message here. Can I get up here? Nope. Can't quite reach it. Oh, and yeah, that's the, Oh, what's this? Oh! So these are like hidden doors that I think you have to have visited both sides of. Okay, and that takes me back here. Okay, well that's good to know. Well, let's go into this observatory-looking thing. Hey, Sai, thank you very much for the $10. You are, as always, are incredibly generous. Okay, so we have an observatory. I don't see any stars right now, but that... Is it not... Oh, well, I see some stars coming out. Can I see anything? No. What happens if I turn you? How do I... Can I angle you up somehow? Because right now it's like there's... I want to look up, but right now I'm just seeing the sky on the horizon. It's not a library. I mean, there certainly are books here, but this is an observatory. Those books are probably full of stellar observations, you know? Well, I don't know. Maybe this is something that I can't really fully unlock until New Game Plus. So, what's going down here? I'm just trying to figure out where's the best way to start. Okay. Nope, this isn't gonna work. Well, that didn't work. Oh god, oh god, oh god, it's closing. But oh my god, I'm so close. Oh, you know what? I can make this. Yeah. Booyah. I made it. I'm up here. Oh. There is... Okay. I definitely want to... Oh dear. Oh. And I got a cube. I don't want to take that portal because I want to go through the tree door. Oh no. Okay, so, oops. Let's try a different angle. There we go. Okay, so these all have the same hint on them. And I feel like I looked up what these symbols mean, and it's like I gotta look at it from the side. Maybe. Up, jump, right, left, jump, down, left, right. Yes! I did decode it! I decoded it correctly. Okay. When I run into hints like this, I know how to decode them. Yeah, so basically, these are like a series of symbols that translate to individual control presses. Oh, and you know what? This is actually the Rosetta Stone for it. Because, like, yeah, look here. So if I press up, I get that symbol. I press down, I get that symbol. I go left. Or sorry, I go right, I get that symbol. I go left, I get that symbol. I jump, I get that symbol. I turn, I get that symbol. I turn the other way, I get that symbol. You turn those all on their side and read it on this pillar, and it gives you the set of instructions to unlock the secret. Now, is there anything else in this room? No, that's all I needed for this room. This room just tells you how to decode those pillars. There's further hints or further secrets in here. Oh, there's literally a door here. Oh, and there's a... Well, can't get that yet, but let's go in here. Oh, would you look at that? Jump up. Jump up. It is a little solarium is oh no, what is it? No, it's not a solarium. What's the term for these? Where it's a model of the solar system. Because you can see we've got the sun and we've got an Earth-looking planet that's got a moon on it. And then there's this purple-looking planet over there. So we've got kind of like the cosmology of this world. And the purple planet looks like it's right on the opposite side of the sun from our planet. Interesting. Is there anything else in here? No. Oh, but there is another room. Where's the other room? Is there a hidden code to get that other room? Oh, would you know, there is in fact another door. Yes. And hey, There is a thing in here. What did I get? I got an artifact. You have found an ancient artifact. I think this was used to count. It was used to count? Okay, that is a good hint because, yes, that shows you numbers. Oh dear. I think the sun got swallowed by a black hole. Yeah, every once in a while when you go through one of these rooms, you get these black hole glitches. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Oh, actually, that might be... I might want to do that. Try that one again. Go back up here. And... oh, shit. And take this guy on up. How are you all doing tonight? Yeah, reality is falling apart. I have to reassemble the hexahedron. Otherwise, reality could collapse. And that's what I'm working on right now. Did I get you? I don't think I got you. Ooh. Okay, let's find out what that hint map does. Okay, so that's telling me where there are hidden platforms, but I don't know what zone this is. So I'm gonna have to keep that for later. Well. Okay, so here's some pictograph storytelling. I don't know what story it's telling, but there's a story. Oh, okay. I think this is the story. They start building a portal. Build it up full. It's there. Oh my god, I wasn't even trying and I just unlocked a secret by just looking at those things in the proper story order. They build a portal and it destroyed and it got exploded. Is that what happens to this culture? I wasn't even trying for a secret, and I got it. How about that? I feel special. A throne. I'm gonna sit in this throne. "32 cubes? You did it! Now you can open that door in that ancient city." Well, I'm in the ancient city, but I need to port to the right place on it. Why don't I finish up what I can here and then go to the ancient city? Oh, hang on, wait, there was something... There's, like, symbols on that wall that get hidden. I can only briefly see them before the throne hides them. So I can't even tell what they are, but it's probably a code, because in New Game Plus you get glasses which lets you look at a room in 3D. And so there's probably a code hidden by this throne that I need to input in this room. It's a series of rotations. And they're not on screen long enough for me to tell which they are, but there's probably a secret cube in there. And actually, wait, if I go back in this room... Oh, no, the map tells me that I've got everything here, so maybe not. But maybe yes. Ooh, and there's a broken door there. I might try going through that one. Yoink. Ooh, what are you? Can I go through you? I can. That's where I knew it. I had seen you. Can I go through you? Yes. Yeah, okay. This portal blew up. Now, I do remember in the ancient city seeing this portal being assembled. So there's like some there's definitely some time travel aspects to this story. How do I get over there? How do I get over to you without getting eaten? Oh, like this. Okay. I now have everything from the portal room. Maybe don't go in the black hole. Ow. There's a door. Oh, there's a QR code. Okay. I do remember being in this room in the previous version of this city and seeing the QR code under construction, but it wasn't complete, so I couldn't scan it. But here I should be able to scan it, and it should give me a code. And that code is RT, RT, LT, RT, LT, 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 RT. Nice. And that's everything in this room. Oh yeah, I scanned it with my phone, and the QR code just told me a series of button presses to input. Is a very there's some very clever puzzle solving design in this game. So I jump here, and then I jump back. Oh, you know what? I know where we are. I hear something. There's a bunch of cubes here I won't be able to get without doing some system clock manipulation. Oh, man. Okay, that didn't work at all. Okay, so what I actually need to do is just hang on to this last one. And once it turns over, I should be able... There we go. Yeah, there's like a whole clock thing here. That's not what I wanted to do at all, and now I have to wait. But yeah, the way this clock works is like every period of each of the clock's hands, a cube will appear on one of those floating pillars. Yeah, like see that pillar's there, or that block's there, but then it fades out. There we go. No! Dang it. Oh, really? Make me go all the way back here? You're like, oh, this is a puzzle game. Yes, this is a puzzle game. But yeah, I think there's one that shows up every minute. So I'm probably just going to be able to get that one. There's one that shows up every hour. There's then one that shows up every day. And then there's the one that shows up every 7 days. So, like, 209% speed runs of this game require system clock manipulation. Hey, Gomez, do you know what time it is? It's cube o'clock. Oh, there is a cube up top, but I just need to wait and see when the... Oh, well, I can actually monitor each of the hands. And I think it's once they point up. So the red hand is the one I want to keep an eye on, because that's the second hand. Or that's the minute. Yeah, that's the second hand, so once it hits the top, I should get the thing to appear. It just needs to know which pillar it appears on. Oh, there it is. Got it. No, I won't... And once I get it, that hand disappears. There we go. Well, hang on. It said there was like a whole other place to go to from here. But I do have enough to turn in to the original thing, so I'm actually going to go ahead and return. And I'm going to get my 32 cube ending, which is main game ending, which will unlock New Game Plus, which gives me tools that I need to unlock all of the rest of the cubes. So let's head on over there. Is it down here that I want to... I feel like it's this one. Is it you? I feel like this is it. I feel like this is the 16 cube one. This should take me to the ancient city in the past. Yes. Okay. Here we go. This portal. Oh no. I'm the one who does it. I'm the one who breaks the portal. Amazing. A working Stargate. Oh man. Am I gonna go to that purple planet on the other side of the solar system? Sure looks like it, doesn't it? What do you think? Do we go in? Oh man. Yes, indeed, this is the purple planet. I think I might have bumped the mic there. Sorry about that. The purple people eaters. Well, we don't know if they eat purple people. You can't judge them on that. You don't know what's up. Well, okay, so I got through here, but the Stargate's closed on this end. So, hang on, I'm looking down here just to see if there's anything to grab down here. It does not look like it, so I guess I'm going... Okay, gravity is lower here. Because I was like, it seems like I shouldn't be able to make these jumps, but yep, I can when gravity is lower. Oof. Yeah, let's go this way. Now, what's the... Can I make it? I made it. Oh no, I didn't make it. I'm gonna die. Okay, so we've got these floating octopus things, and we've got an owl. Now, we have been told that the owls have secrets. But what is this thing that I'm here to grab? What are you? Look like you're... Oh! There we go. I am inverted. I am negative colors now. Interesting. I think the game just glitched. Intentionally. And I'm back in my room at home. Like nothing happened. Except that I can, you know, do this. Oh, things are getting weird here. See that? It's like it's getting more pixelated and the music is losing bitrate. Something has happened here. I think reality is having a bit of a breakdown. Did I screw things up? Did I ruin it? Did I do bad? No! Don't destroy me. Oh no, my Fez! Where are you going? Trippy. A big old cube. Okay, well that cube has... Oh, are we in a fractal? We're in a fractal. This is a very artistic, esoteric ending. And of course it's not, you know, true ending because there's still the New Game Plus stuff to do. But this is main game end. Look at all those Tetris blocks. Ooh, they're vibrating. Something's going wrong, maybe. Ooh. Is it two planes of reality intersecting or running parallel? Is it string theory? Are those the strings of reality vibrating? This cube that is a bunch of stars. Wait, isn't this just how V6 ended? You just, like, go and become a rock band at the end? Yeah, like, that's how V6 ended. Can I get out of the credits? Because I want to go to New Game Plus. There we go. New Game Plus, here we go. Oh, I can't actually, move. The, yeah, I can't turn the, this might just actually be the proper New Game Plus. We'll find out once we've, actually, let me go in here. Can't get in there. Interesting. So with New Game Plus, what do I unlock? Do I need to collect everything again? I mean, it is, if it, like, you know, it is a New Game Plus, so this is how I can actually get some of the secrets that I wouldn't have been able to get in the main game anyway. So if I need to start everything over again in New Game Plus, I'm fine with it. That's more content. Also, for the people who weren't here when I started the game before, this is how the game starts. With these giants speaking in a language that I don't know. And the hexahedron sucking me up. Oh, but you notice I already have the fez, because in New Game Regular, I didn't have the fez, and the fez comes lowering onto my head after this point. Here, I think I get the shades. Yeah, here they go. I get the deal with it, shades. You youngins might not know that meme. It's a couple more years old. Deal with it. Press the LS to enter first person. Yes! When I put on the shades, I can look at where I am in the third dimension. Ooh. Alright. Now, I probably want to look up at that, right? Something? Why can't I leave you? Oh. That's right, I want to spin to rotate this thing. And now I've broken the hexahedron. Oh no. Okay, I am awake in my bedroom. There was a shooting star there. Did you see that? Oh, but you know what? I do. I keep everything that I have already unlocked. So, let's see. There's one room in here that I have not gotten the secret in. And I bet it's the boiler room. Yes. Okay. So I should actually be able to see everything in here. Okay, so first is up. Actually, yeah. Okay, so first is up. Where's number 2? Up, left trigger. Down, no, up, left trigger. Sorry, no, up, right trigger, left trigger. Wait. One. No. Yeah, okay. So up, left, no, up, right trigger, left, jump. Down, right trigger. Let's try that. Up, right trigger. Oh, fuck, I forgot it already. Okay, so hang on. Okay, so that first is... No, sorry, that's the third. I do need to look at that just to see what that one is. Okay, that is like, I think the last command is a right trigger. But you're the first one. So up, and then right, up, right trigger, up, right trigger, left, jump, up, right trigger, left, jump. Left trigger, down, right trigger. Okay, hang on. Fuck. I might need to pull out my notepad. Because I'm just trying to remember this by rote, but it's not actually helping. So, first step is up. I don't like that it does this when I tab out, but that's okay. So long as I remember which one I'm doing. Number 2, RT. Number 3 is left. Number 4 is jump. Up, RT, left, jump. Down. I don't know what all of the numbers are. Hang on, I'm actually just Googling Fez numbers. If I can just have the image of that up in another window for me, I should be able to decipher this now. Okay, resume game. So that equal sign here, that's 6. So 6 is a left trigger. And what's 5th? Okay, so that's final right trigger, that's 8th. Oh, and this right arrow, that's 5th. So I just need the 7th, which would be... No, that's 8th. What is 7th? You are 7th. Down is 7th. Okay. I think I've got it now. Y'all ready? Up. Right trigger. Left. Jump. Right. Left trigger. Down. Right trigger. Hey! Got it. Solved. Boom. I just made that my bitch. Elden Beast time, wish you luck. Good luck, Valhalla Vidya. May you Elden that beast. Let me go into some of these other doors, just in case there's other things that I have to unlock in here. Nope, nothing in here. You are all gold. Wait, I don't want to go up. I want to continue checking the different rooms. There is indeed... Okay, so it's one of the sides that has 2 doors. It's not this. Oh, this is the room. Okay. Well then. Perhaps there's a hint. Okay. Do I just follow these instructions? Let me write them down. Okay, so that is up left. Because once I start turning, I won't be able to see them. So, okay, so up left, right trigger. Up left, RT. jump, LT, right. Right. And then jump down. Okay, let's try that. Up, left, RT, jump, LT, right, jump, down. That didn't do it. Let me try that one again. Maybe it had a up, left, RT, jump, LT, right, jump, down. That didn't work. Do I need to decipher this code, maybe? No, that's the same code on this one. What am I missing? Is there something here? Something hidden in the tetrominos on this map, maybe? What's the hint? Because I was following that whole thing. Up, left, RT, jump, LT, right, jump, down. Oh! Well, it worked that time. Okay, I don't know what I was doing wrong. But I got it. Okay. Have a good night, Quinn. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Okay, I've got everything from here then. So then I do believe it's just time to go to the normal realm. Oh, hang on. Where's this door go? Okay, there's something to get here. Where is it, though? Because it says there's like a chest in here. Where is my chest? Is it maybe down here somewhere? Nope. Do I need to do something here? I don't know. I don't know how to get this one. Okay, there is a door I have not gone through in here, so I might as well, while I'm here... Oh. I think I know where that door is. And then go in here. Maybe. Unless that's not the right door. No, this I've come from here. Yeah, let's go back in here then. Where is the other door then? There is the other door. Maybe. No. Oh, you know what? I bet the other door I need to lower the water level for, which means I do, in fact, want to go back up there and return to the base because I think I know now how to lower the water level, and it involves going to a particular island at night. Yes. Yes, this is the one. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Would you let me jump up? Thank you. Okay, hang on. I'm pausing for a second because I need to take a picture of this with my phone because it's probably not going to be up for much longer. And now that I have it on my phone, give me just a second. I need to decipher this code so that I know the button presses. Okay. So that is a left RT, left, right RT. That's actually a left LT at first. Okay. Right RT, down, up, LT. Okay. Resuming. That's a left, LT, left, right, RT, down, up, LT. Bam. We've got that open now. This music is chill. Oh, I see. Okay, how do I get over here? There we go. Made it. Okay, I see. Okay, this is a really cool level. It's all rhythm based. I think I might have reached the end of it. Yeah. At least. Got it. I got a cube. Well, I unlocked that one. But I want to go back there because I still have not yet lowered the water level. And that was actually what I was going for, and it turns out that's not the direction, that's not the part of that area that I get to unlock the water level crank. So, how do I do that? Oh, wait, there's a pillar up here. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's decipher this guy. I'm going to do the same thing as before. Take a picture of it with my phone so that when I am reading all of the commands and tab out to write them down, I can still see them. So that is a left, LT, right, RT, up, jump, down, RT, RT. Okay. So, left LT, right RT, up, jump, down, RT, RT. And I have now opened up the waterfall. And what do we have in here? Hey, there's a crank. I wonder what that crank does. Ooh, that changes the water level. Let's lower that bitch. As low as it'll go. Oops. What did I pick up? You are a burnt map that has part of a hint. I don't know what this means yet. But now with the water lowered, yeah, boy, we have some stuff unlocked. Oh, what the hell? I'm just gonna have to look up a guide for this one, and I don't want to do that right now, so I will just have to come back to you later. There's a couple more rooms, though. Is this the room that has the hint? Yes. This room loops. Okay. Not only does this room loop, this room is also a gigantic hint. This room is one of those codes, and it just killed me. And it just killed me again. Let's try this one again by climbing. Okay, so this room's hints are left. Sorry, no, not left. Right, and then LT. Right, LT. LT. Right, jump. That's RT down jump. Up. RT down jump up. Okay. I'm just gonna... Let's try this now. So, that is... Right. LT. Right. Jump. RT. Down. Jump. Up. Got it. Would you look at that? I got it. That's cool that the entire level there is a hint. Oh, it's past 10. Well, this has been a lot of fun. Today was a really good stream. I had a lot of fun talking with Riverboat Jack, and it was nice to have the Demon Mama raid. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna call it for now. Thank you, all of you, so much for hanging out. Today was good, and if you enjoyed the stream that you saw, and you're new, consider dropping me a subscribe on YouTube. And if you are feeling very generous and you want to help me out, not only is there a donate link in the description below, but there's also a Patreon link. I do put out some of my segments as videos, and I do Patreon shoutouts at the end of them. So if you would like to see your name at the end of my segment videos, that's a way that you can do that and help support a struggling creator. So, with that being said, I have been Gayfesh. This has been a stream, and you have been wonderful. Good night.